aren't late. We haven't started.
Hold on.
Services.
Welcome to the Bound Bowman Streams Halcyon Campaign 2 Episode 9. Tonight is brought to you by League of Legends.
I love that in the VOD that's gonna have absolutely no fucking context.
No context,
We
no.
reviewed it for like 10 minutes.
I know.
It's just gonna be us snickering for no reason.
Yeah. People who know, people who don't know.
We just had to be there.
Yeah.
Kate didn't even get the entire conversation.
Nope.
I mean, I
knew
feel like,
about League of Legends, though. I mean,
well,
what more is
Yeah.
there to say?
yeah, what more is there to say? Especially because we are now openly broadcasting to people. We don't talk about that. This never happened.
Alright, sounds good.
I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you again?
Where are we?
Fuck, for that matter, who am I?
Is everybody here?
Yeah, we're here.
Wow, this is amazing. This is great.
I know, right?
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Dr.
Hi.
Nick.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Dr. Bang.
The leg bone connected to the head bone.
No, that's not right.
That's not right.
Well, the leg bone connected to the head bone, and then there was pain.
Yes. Yes. Give me 2 minutes.
Starting
Yes.
now.
Yes, this session is just so scuffed already.
We didn't even do anything.
No, I know.
yet.
This is just, there's so
On
many-
recording, I mean.
No, I've got a list of, like, things to hit. It's just, like, 2 pages long. It's crazy. Okay. That, okay.
Plots within schemes within overlapping plots
Yes.
Essentially.
Schemes.
of plots and further plotting. And or plots of further scheming. Yes.
Yeah, that works. Those are a set of words that eventually make something.
My brain hurts right now, so yeah, we'll just leave it at that.
That sounds like a very good thing to be feeling at this moment, yes.
I figured it was accurate. So how was everyone's week?
It was full of work.
Yeah, full of work.
Yeah,
I sold my car though.
Nice,
You did?
I think.
nice. Get decent money for it at least?
I got like a little more than what I paid for it.
Wow.
So
Nice.
Alright, that's decent money then.
Yeah.
Not bad for something that's flat tires.
yeah.
Okay. All right. Welcome. Where we last left off, the party had arrived at the Grove of the Moonhound, and there they faced the Winged Madness. The battle was fierce as the monster breathed fire upon the party, eventually calling for its allies, the Redcaps, which scurried out from under ancient Zanari ruins. Octavian almost fell. Agarwin almost fell. But in the end, you were victorious. And from there, Sula appeared, thanking you for the service that you had done for the wood, apologizing for not entering the fray herself, her people being quite flammable. And from there, you made your way north towards Bastion's Hollow, resting along the way, feeling more powerful. And then as the glittering water appeared on the horizon, you've all discussed what your next move might be, and that is where we begin.
Dun, dun. So what's our next move, boys? And
I
lady?
can't remember.
Well, since Leg wasn't here for most of that, here's what was discussed and ultimately agreed upon, so feel free to interject if you have a better idea, but we came to the conclusion that since the Bastion is whatever is in the Bastion or whatever is Sula said was like a few words basically, so we'll probably be able to get the answers, some of the answers that we want, but it did say that it will give us the ability to see us through the woods safely, but you know, only in like one direction effectively. And since it's somewhat in the center of the Verrawood, basically left us with the forked road. Do we go to the east, back to Eastbridge, because of some of the things that Ren has been hearing there, and also because Eastbridge is where our boat is, or do we go to the west with the Vanadori to start staging stuff with Tycon and whatnot? And we basically decided that the party will go to the east, and Sula and the Triads will see the Vanadori out after they do their prisoner exchange, and that at least Octavian wants them to wait, in the Fifth Forest for the party's return, and hopefully with some allies before doing anything in Tycon. Plus, they'll give them a little bit of chance to rest, recuperate, and plan while we're gone. And we'll see to wrapping up some business in Eastridge, heading back to Hannon to get Agni back to where she needs to be, making sure everything's okay there, and then I don't know, maybe we can cash in a few favors here and there. We'll make our way back up to regroup with them. The Vanadori.
Mm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it makes sense.
Okay. Another big thing is that Octavian talked about what he and Sula discussed on one of his watches, about, the seeming putting together certain puzzle pieces about Nire and the significance that Wolfir has being alive and whatnot. The fact that Nire wants to expand Elven territory into the now contested Vanador lands, could never do that because of the promise made to the original Emperor. And the fact that there is a living heir being a living pure-blooded heir being Wolfir, she can't do anything about it. So, yeah, needless to say, Tate's not so keen, has been less keen on doing what she wants, and wants to see if the Bastion knows of, I don't know, some other way to deal with whatever bigger problems are going on within this forest, and how they might be connected to some of the weird, land corruption that we've been seeing throughout this whole campaign and the previous one. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. Unless I'm missing anything else, Ellis.
No, that was an excellent recap.
Cool, because it just felt like a ramble on my part, but right.
It happens.
Kinda is. I mean, that's kind of what half of our recaps are anyway.
Yeah, true.
Sorry, Ellis, but that's honest.
Honest but true.
As Sula leads you north, up a rolling hill, a slight dusting of snow begins to build on the ground, but you do not see anything falling. You would instead see a pool of shimmering water which seems to stretch to the horizon, but as you round the crest of the hill, you can just see the other shore ringed in mist. The lake is surrounded by various flora and fauna, of which you've become quite familiar during your time in the wood. However, what's different here is the abundance of pumpkins and gourds in many colors, typical gradients from green to yellow and orange to red, of course, but there's also some of an inky black. Some are tethered by vines to the ground, which is covered in a deep thatch, and others have rolled away and begun to rot. Flies buzz from these, as large dragonflies circle the water in the lake, dipping down, touching the surface, making rings of concentric circles across the still water. And Sula would turn to you and say, "This is Bastion's Hollow, a secret place, which must be kept safe. If your heart still has violence toward the wood, believe me, he will know."
Dun dun.
I think it is abundantly clear by this point that any threats to these woods have all been made in jest.
In jest?
Yes, she nods.
Sort of.
I don't remember seeing anyone laughing.
Not all jokes are funny.
You make an excellent point.
Just the ones you tell, Octavian.
Like I said, an excellent point.
There it is. I set myself open for that one. I expect nothing less. So, do we make our way around this pond, or is there a way across?
Sula pauses, and she sort of looks around the western bank, and she looks to the east, and then she looks across the water. And from across the water, you see a figure emerge and begin to walk towards the water. Sula looks up, and she sort of squints her eyes as a gasp escapes her lips, and she kneels. And you would see from across the lake, walking onto the water, you'd see 4 cloven hooves. Each touch the surface of the water in turn as rings flow outward as the figure's walking towards you.
I mean, you can walk on water. It's not that special. I could do that.
I was gonna say.
I could do that, so long as I'm constantly moving.
He doesn't even need to move fast. He just needs to move. So he could literally just walk onto the water.
Damn. Still kind of like faint figure. We still can't make it out, right?
Yes, it seems to be equine in nature.
Is this the
Full horse or centaur?
As it approaches, the shore on the other side of the lake seems to follow, closing in behind the figure. And you would begin to see detail. A white mane, standing 6 foot at the shoulder, a wispy white and gray beard, forking to a point beneath its chin. Following this line back up its silvery blue eyes, you'd see another point begin to emerge from the forehead, protruding out nearly 1.5 feet, intertwined and ending in a sharp edge. The trees surrounding you seem to close in as the air itself grows heavy, sicky sweet. The light coating of snow on the ground begins to float upwards, slowly drifting past your eye line and into the dark sky above, lost from view forever. Where might that tiny bit of ice land when it melts and falls once more? Perhaps as rain upon Tychon, or as hail over the Echo Mountains. Or perhaps it will slip into the sea, left to drift for 1,000 years, touching the unknown depths before churning to the surface again, breaking against the hull of a passing ship on its own journey. And when it falls again, sinking into the soil of a faraway land, coaxing a seed to open, or nursing a dried root back from the brink. Will it remember what it saw this day? And will it remember you? And I need everyone to roll a charisma saving throw.
First thought was, dude, it's just snow.
Brother die!
unshakable will?
Oh, I don't have my roll 20 dice or my beyond 20 dice turned off.
Let's look.
No.
Okay, so
D&D Beyond.
That charisma saving?
Still win.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh fuck.
oh dear.
Wow.
So for
Jesus.
I'm a false bard. Leave me alone.
Agarwin, Ren, and B, you would hear a voice in your mind. The others, you feel that someone's trying to communicate with you telepathically. You could attempt to resist, or you could allow the message.
Do I get the sense that it is aggressive?
Not at all. No.
I'll allow it.
I won't.
I will not.
Okay.
I will not.
I'll probably start talking back to it.
B actually failed, so B does not have a choice.
No.
Sorry.
Sorry, not sorry.
So this voice in your head, it's a message and you can't quite understand the language. However, pictures begin to form in your mind. And those of you resisting it, you might have seen for a moment a flash of what I'm going to describe, but you're able to block it out. You're seeing a beast like this one emerging from nothing between two trees, shadows surrounding it, pulling at its mane, its flesh, its muscles protesting before reveling in newfound power. The white mane burns away, leaving charred flesh in its wake, with scratch marks and cuts that flow like rivers of molten rock beneath the surface of the land, eager to burst forth and lay waste to all. Then, the image of an old woman placing her forehead against the beast. The beast rears up, its hooves flailing, about to crush the old woman to the ground with 2 powerful stamps. 1, 2! But it freezes in place and lets out a small groan, a whinny, seeming to understand some hidden truth. A pact. It stamps its hooves on the ground well wide of the woman and bows, allowing her to climb up. With this, you might daydream about your home while time seems to pause for a moment. You might contemplate that bit of ice again, swirling above your head. A moment ago, you could have reached out and touched it, listened, but now your paths will never cross again. Suddenly, you're back in the hollow near the pond, and the figure has crossed the water and is now... The figure has crossed the water and it's watching you. It nods, seemingly waiting for something.
I'm gonna pull out my violin and start playing it in a kind of a nervous right, yeah. Tune, I guess we'll call it.
Sula would say, she rises, and she would say, "My friends, this is where we part ways. Remember the wood, and remember that there are many here who might be hidden to mortal eyes, but who are counting on you. Your journeys are unknown, but there is a gilding of greatness upon some of you, and a hidden darkness that still dogs more than one of you," as she scans the lot of you. And she'd say, "Bastion will take you where you wish to go."
Grateful for these. Oh, go ahead.
You can go.
Just say, if you go, Sula, if you would give my people my message. That way they know what to do once you escort them out of this place.
I assume that you went over with her the plan.
Yeah, just they are to go. Once they go to the east, they can do, camp out somewhere safe within the Griffith Forest, recuperate, do some scouting, see what you can, what's become of the world, and we will unfortunately be taking the long way, but hopefully we will come with allies, mainly some forces from Hanna, maybe, if possible, and refugees of our own people from the southern regions.
Mm-hmm. Okay. She'd nod and she would say, when we spoke to Gabriel, he mentioned the importance of this weapon. Will your leader expect it back, or should I tell him that it's in your safe custody for the time being?
For now, it will remain with me. It is my promise to my people.
Fucking figures.
Hey, man.
It's like a soft
I
coup.
will give it back.
No,
Ren.
Ren said that. So that
Okay.
wasn't that was me. That was Ren saying.
Okay.
Lucian will actually quirk up a smile at that.
Excellent. So Sula agrees to carry the message, and she nods, and she turns to go. Just in case anyone else had any questions for her before she goes, or do you let her?
Not anymore.
Nope.
All right.
I got nothing to say to her personally.
As she turns to leave, she would turn and sort of nod to each of you, and she stops on a Garwin for a moment, and she says,
Try not to die again.
She puts
Sorry.
She puts her branch-like hand on your shoulder, Garwin, and she says, "Are you ready?"
For what exactly?
She looks at you quizzically. The desk. Yes.
I turn and I look at the others and I'm just like, yeah, it looks like we're all ready. Why?
No.
Um,
What's going on here, Garwin?
Your guess is as good as mine, dude. I'm. This is all news to me.
I wasn't listening.
Sula leans in close to you, Garwin, and she says, "Would you deny your destiny?"
Hmm. You know, you make a very excellent question with that. Can destiny really be? You know what? Let's
Can I roll a perception
let's
check?
go. Cause that you can't get away from destiny.
Yeah, of course, Deflator.
Because you said she was whispering.
Yeah, you probably caught it. I mean, we're all pretty close.
I'll turn to him and I'll say, like, you know, you don't have to whisper. And destiny, fate, whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter to the individual. You make your own. Fate, fate applies to the big things falling. Like an empire.
You make yeah. yeah, that's true. Yeah, you know what? If we need to go somewhere, where are we going?
And we're going to go talk to the thing over there. If I had to guess.
I was asking her, but yeah. Let's go where we need to go, folks.
Hold on.
Carlos.
Yeah.
I think Vorm is waiting on you.
Yeah, I'm just,
Yeah, we're discussing.
Oh, okay.
sorry about that.
There's communication going on here. We're
Yes,
just not
there
part
is.
of it.
You just can't hear it.
Sula would say to a...
We're signing each other.
Yes. Sula would say to a Garwin, you know, in a hushed tone, but certainly not trying to hide from anyone else, she would just say, when we spoke about your plans, I told you I could help. The offer stands, but we won't force you into anything. It's not our way.
What? Sorry. I don't multitask well.
Function, my brother. Function.
You know that's
They're
easier
asking a
for
lot.
you short-lived folks. You know, we generally have more time to think about things. But you know, yeah. We can go whenever you're ready.
With that, she would take your hand, her fingers growing outwards to intertwine with your fingers, and she would step towards a great nearby oak.
Hey, Garwin, where are you going?
You know, that's an excellent question.
And you know the answer to it. Stop with the walking away.
If I knew where I was going, don't you think I would go and say, yeah, sure, let's go well
No.
ahead of this?
No, I really don't think you would. You don't seem like the kind of person that plans things ahead of time.
Exactly. And hence my, you know, the whole, if I don't remember, you think I know where I'm going? I couldn't even remember the conversation earlier. But if I've got to be somewhere, I'm damn well gonna go.
Can I make an insight check on this situation?
Sure.
9.
I mean, yeah, I'll say, like, you know, like, for me, you can tell that Sula is acting in a way where, you know, she's not doing anything nefarious. You can, I don't know, Garwin, you can, if you're trying to be deceptive or anything, you can certainly consider
Oh, no.
Octavian's 9 and react.
No, Agarwin just simply has no memory of the conversation. It's one of those, like, he was thinking of the current plans while having another conversation that he was vaguely paying attention to. So he was only barely paying attention to the conversation. So he knows he needs to be somewhere to go and do something, but he's not sure what, where, or where that was that he needed to be. He remembered going and having a conversation and having discussed some plan that needed to be put into place.
Adney would come up looking at this, and she'd say, Agawin, where are you going?
Through a tree, apparently, if what she's doing is making any sense.
Not particular.
Sula, let go of him.
I don't think he's.
And she
This
does.
doesn't.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No.
This doesn't seem like it's a forced thing, but it also doesn't seem like he is aware. That seems like he's aware of what he's even doing. So I'm just going to say he'll figure it out when he gets there.
Sula would say, as the threads of the arcane weave the tapestry that binds everything together, so too do the threads of fate bind us together.
True.
You can say goodbye, Agarwin, if you'd like.
We are coming back, right?
Maybe.
Maybe you can come back. Can we just get going? I don't think anything matters.
Yeah. So Agarwin goes and kind of looks at the others and gives them all a wave. He holds out his violin to Adney and goes and says, you said you went to one of the colleges, right?
Yes.
I could be wrong.
Did you?
I only paid slight attention, but for your magics, you need to cast through something, yeah?
She says, I'm still just learning. It's a lot to work on.
He holds out his violin and says, learn better than I did when it comes to the human-y magics. I still suck at it.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you knew.
I deserve that.
With this, Adney would say, Agawin, it feels like you're saying goodbye. And with that, Sula would take his hand and begin to tree stride into the oak, pulling Agarwin in with her.
As he's old, the violin will drop from his hand.
As the violin hits the ground, Adney kneels down, she picks it up and holds it in her hands, as Sula and Agarwin are gone.
It was weird.
And with that, Bastian stamps his foot, and he sort of shakes his mane a little bit, and waits for your decision.
That man was weird. He was really good at hiding. Are we good to go?
I think so.
Odd.
But not unexpected.
I looked at this creature, and it's very clearly like a unicorn, right? Horse with a horn
Yeah.
and everything.
Yes.
I'll just get close to it. I'm gonna look it right in the eyes, and just so Octavian can confirm, Do a divine sense. I'm going to look at it and see if I can discern its creature type.
Certainly.
Just so you can read it.
Yeah.
You are unadulterated evil. Run.
Could be.
You do sense... It's a little different than you've sensed before, but you do sense a trace of celestial. It's a slightly different flavor, but it is there.
It's
I will
French vanilla, just not regular.
let's tilt my head at it, and in celestial, I will say kindred spirits.
Or just a spirit.
It nods its head and it sort of shakes its mane a little bit, and you need to watch out for that horn.
You will show us the way safely and with haste to the east, the elven city of Eastbridge. I continue to say that in celestial as best I can.
If you speak it, I'm pretty sure you're good at it.
Right, I know, but Octavian was raised among humans. It's more of an intrinsic understanding, so it might not be.
It's lost in translation.
Maybe, yeah.
You would hear a message in your mind, Octavian, and you'd hear the words, "Close. The river will take you the rest of the way."
The river Styx?
No.
We're dead! I always knew it. That's why he ran away. Alright, I'm
I
going
looked
fucking
at everybody else. Said, "It will lead us to a river, and that river is going to lead us to where we need to go, to the east. I hope. Are we in agreement?"
Good enough.
We're leaving
Take
already. We have nothing to ask this thing.
Oh. I will.
Was this thing
yeah.
looking for Nire in some fashion?
Yeah. Well, before, I kind of look at it and
Full switch, Ren doesn't give a fuck, but I thought you might.
yeah. Before we go, can you answer a few questions?
It just looks at you intently.
We were sent here by an elder fae, goes by Nire. Do you serve her?
It stomps its hooves again, the front hooves, 1, 2, and the word in your mind, no.
Good. She sent us here to destroy a place she called Zekdem, so that she may stamp out an encroaching darkness with her light, and I do like air quotes with that.
Mm-hmm.
I do not trust her. Not after what she has done to my people. But I have seen the results of this darkness. Is there another way to stop it? Is there something that we can do? And we need not the aid of would-be gods.
You would hear the answer. Stop Nire. And then light and shadow will again be separated. And then again, you would see the vision in your mind, Octavian, of what looks like almost like a duplicate of Bastion, but sickly and black with red cuts in it. It's the vision of the terrible nightmare you saw before.
That vision, is it something that has happened, that will happen?
The answer in your mind, Ren, and the others can hear it as well, is doppelganger. And Bastion would say, in your mind again, mine to deal with.
Cool. Is that hag, or is that old lady the one that's taken up my residence in Magraste?
Not in Magraste. And then you would again see the figure of the old woman climbing atop the black unicorn.
File that under not my problem.
Sounds like a good idea.
Then, who is in Magraste?
Empty.
Guess we spooked them.
Yeah, no, that. Well, maybe. Or maybe it can't see.
It's a shame, Octavian. If you don't find your princess, you'll never get laid.
Roll my eyes. I can't think of anything else to ask.
I'm gonna make a rude comment. I'm gonna say, that's rich coming from LLR. Ladies love Ren.
Hey, I fucked my way up and down the Sword Coast before I joined the monastery.
Wow.
Gross.
Very classy.
Not what I
Right.
expected.
Some wanted a famous pirate, some wanted a coin. Didn't matter to me.
At this, Bastion would look at Versailles. And there's a voice in your head, Versailles, and it's spilling to the others. For you, it's very clear, but to the others, it's a bit of an echo. And Bastion would say, "You've denied a part of yourself. Why?"
I'm not sure what you mean. That was in character.
Yeah. And it just says magic.
I don't have a single magic bone in my body.
You do have a magic screen.
Yeah, she got her magic removed, and that she got a transfusion, a magicless transfusion.
The voice would say, "Listen," and you would feel a little strange for a moment, and you realize that you've just learned the spell Summon Fae. And Bastion would say, "Something to remember the forest. Look inside yourself. You can do more than you think."
Snap, snap.
I'm trying to think of how to respond to that, to be honest.
Listen here, child.
Yeah.
Time to learn magic.
I mean, you've been
It says error.
yeah. I mean, you're just out of character. You're a ranger. You've avoided magic, and we talked a little bit about why. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, I just didn't think about how to respond to it.
okay.
Yeah, okay. Just the message in your brain: error, error, error.
Yeah. And just so nobody thinks that it's I mean, she's, I'm just saying, at level 9 Versailles would have 6 spells. She has 0, so we're not giving extra spells. I don't want anybody to think we're giving extra things out.
Even if you did, it doesn't matter to me.
No, I'm just,
You're God here.
No.
I mean, Ren doesn't know. Well, actually, no, Ren doesn't know spell.
Ren knows the ultimate spell, Fist. And ranged fist.
Ren can cast Burning Hands.
Super effective.
Versailles, you get the impression that, you could reject the gift, or you could try to learn this part of your training that you've denied.
And how exactly would I learn this? There's no one to speak to.
Trial and error, baby.
You just get loud coughing in your head from loose sand. The fuck you mean no one to learn from? Wizard! Certified!
Certified
Just-
wizard?
Where's your
I
card?
went to school, possibly.
You notice that Bastian has turned and has begun to walk back across the lake, and behind him there's a path forming. And
Thanks, Moses.
unless someone stops him or says anything, he's bidding you to follow.
I'd like to ask him if he has any teleport sigils, but I have a great feeling he does not.
He just ignores you.
That's about what I expected.
I think this is our cue. And we'll begin to follow
Ren
its path.
Ren walks next to the path on the water.
Nice.
Flex.
Look, I can do it too. Meh.
Weird flex, but okay.
Show off to the unicorn that you can walk on water too.
Quick dance a jig while you're at it. Really show off.
And as you're walking across the water, you see the shore pull in almost imperceptibly, but it seems like it's getting closer as he walks across. And looking behind you, you see only the water of the lake. And before you know it, you're on the other side. And he begins leading you through this snowy wood, through the pumpkins, rotting on either side. You know from maps and things you've heard that the border to Altair proper would be a week's journey east, maybe. Yet only after about an hour of following the Bastion, you notice a change in the environment. And this change happens so gradually that you're only just aware that it's happened at all. The ground, which seemed to be overgrown and wild, slowly thins out. The stones under your feet, which seem to be there naturally and by pure chance, are becoming more and more organized. Branches of trees jutting in random directions slowly begin to converge above your head. And as you walk down, what you realize, it has transitioned from a wild forest to a proper path. You notice the stones under your feet are leading you in a direction. And above your heads, the branches are slowly beginning to form a canopy. A smooth gradient of every color imaginable, swirling in midair like a distant nebula, with blossoms of yellow, violet, gold. Silver bells hang from the branches, which creep lower and lower to form a roof, an archway. To your left and right, you begin to notice floating specks, which again become larger and more regular. Upon inspection, they appear to be arcane orbs of light, much like hanging lanterns, though there are no posts. Further down the path, you see an opening. Bright light, almost blinding, and as you grow closer and closer, turning to look over your shoulder, perhaps behind you, it appears as though there's been no change. You're just simply seeing a wild forest, wild trees and an open sky, darkness to either side. But turning around to look ahead of you, a very clear path lined with cobblestones now, these floating lights guiding you, urging you forward beneath this canopy of branch and bloom. And at this point above your head, the sky will flicker with a pale white light like a crackling dome before dissipating from horizon to horizon. Bastian turns and looks up at this before nodding and looking to see if you're all still following.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
He turns back to the path, walking slowly, cloven hooves pressing deeply into the soft soil. trees begin to thin, and you see past. You can almost see what looks like a golden yellow farm ready for planting season, perhaps. There's piles of snow still melting at the edge of a roughly constructed wooden fence. And with this, if you'll give me just a quick moment.
Hey kids, don't smoke.
Why not? Also, which one of us is the kid here?
Me.
Says the expert.
Drugs bad. Okay.
They are. They're really terrible.
Let's
What?
drop.
Weed is not a drug.
Let's drop ourselves down here to the south.
An herb.
Huzzah.
Madison. God's
So I guess-
green.
as someone on the
green
journey-
world.
Run would rib a little bit. So Octavian, you thought it's a good idea to steal your nation's most prized artifact and your emperor's personal weapon?
It is not his
Friend.
personal weapon, but
Also, he didn't steal it. I did.
Technically, Gabriel did, but who's counting?
yes. Once something is stolen enough, at one point it's hard to tell. But that is besides the point.
I mean, what are you gonna do? Arrest me? I'm pretty sure I'm still under arrest under this guy.
It is a symbol of our people, the promise that our founder made to them. If I'm to recruit allies for that, I need something more than just my good word. As
Seeing
soon
how much of a
as
hypocrite you are, yeah, I guess you might.
That hurt.
Well, I'm glad. I'm very glad that at least I'm not the only one who thinks that of Octavian. But whatever.
Soon-
You deal
Won't they
with-
question you? Won't they question how you got it? And when you just that you stole it.
just look intently.
I thought as much.
Look, I know it seems like I am being selfish here. I'm keeping
Oh,
it
yeah.
out of. I am keeping it out, and it is a nice weapon. Do not get me wrong. But as I said, I intend to give it back. It belongs to my people. Until we have a place that we can call home properly, it will be used to rally them.
How do you think the people are going to take it when they find out that the emperor lost it?
A question for you,
When his
man.
entire legion finds out that their most prized artifact is no longer in their possession, and the praetor that abandoned Tychon waltzed off with it.
I gave a message. I sent a message along with Sula.
I mean, you could have sent the weapon along to Sula.
Why does this bother you so much, Ren?
He bothers me.
That's understandable, but at this point, what do you see to gain from teasing him? What's done is done. If anything, he might be the fated one to hold the weapon and rally the kingdom. I'd rather watch and see.
There's no such thing as fate.
That is very, very bad way to look at it.
There is such thing as fate, but fate is something that you control.
That's also not a great way to look at it.
But the perfect way
I-
to look at it.
I think you're wrong, Lucan. I think you should trust the expert on this.
You mean the fate of your, you being the chosen one? Or with the fact that a different chosen one came to try and kill you?
Is this really the conversation for right now?
I can't really think of much else to talk about.
Adney is gonna, she's gonna tug at your sleeve for size. She's kind of standing behind you. And she'd say, And she goes, I can't help but notice Ren seems to be aggressive towards Octavian lately. Have you noticed that?
You know him better than I do.
It seems...
I was gonna say lately. It seems like every time he talks, he's trying to beat the shit out of Lucien, not out of Octavian with his words.
You've traveled
been
with
a
him longer.
constant-
You have
it's a
more
nice
insight
friendly-
than me.
It's a nice friendly rivalry.
It's enough. Did Octavian say that, or are you saying?
No, I'm just saying that out loud.
Okay.
Me
Because it's
being
not
player.
friendly at all.
Because I just want to make sure Cobra and Justin are okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's all I care about.
Yoshi.
yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I love every time somebody busts Octavian's balls because
Okay.
it gives me an opportunity to try and, you know,
Buffer
be more
them.
in his mind. Yeah, be more in his mindset.
Yeah.
Look, I make no claim to being perfect. I have made plenty of mistakes. Perhaps this is one of them.
Perhaps I am another. But here I am.
Yeah, throw
And I
theft
helped you.
Perhaps you're another.
throw theft on top of arson. You know, it's fine.
Oh, this again.
Man,
You know, this is gold coming from the pirate.
Hey,
True.
reform.
Yes, reformed.
I openly admit all the fucked up shit I've done, and I'm doing my goddamn best to repent for it. Hey, who's the one that stopped Octavian from slaughtering the goblins in the street? Who's the one that stopped the fight against those Vanadori soldiers and with just the tiniest bit of blood from Gabriel's mouth when I punched him?
who's the one who
Violence
wanted to
is
leave
always
me
the
locked up in a
option.
jail cell?
People were talking at the same time. I think.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah,
like-
I don't even remember what I said.
Okay. Who's the one that
Oh,
wanted to leave me locked
I
up?
said sorry. I'm so sorry. I just remembered when you started talking.
Oh, God.
God damn it.
Don't tell me you lost it again.
I'm gonna tell you I lost it again. No, it's God damn it! You made me lose it, asshole.
Okay, I'll try one more time.
Yeah, go
Who's
ahead.
the one who
you go
left me-
first.
Who's the one who wanted to leave me locked up in the jail cell and called me a stray dog?
I never called you a dog, just a stray.
Regardless.
Look. You've proven not nefarious. But at the time, how could we know that? The moment we met you and we mentioned knowing the Praetorian, or the guard mentioned us knowing the Praetorian, you just started screaming. And the Praetorian got here, you just started into the cell. You started screaming some more. So I was supposed to trust that?
Fair enough. But you do know the reason for my screaming, and also blowing everyone's eardrums up that one night.
No, I'm not really, honestly. I don't know what the fuck's going on here.
Okay, everybody has their issues.
When he used his dragon's breath while everyone was sleeping.
Oh, right.
Yeah. It's force damage, so all I think is just like, in a force dome with force damage, you're just gonna hear a loud gong.
Hmm.
Speaking of, has anyone seen where that horse thing went, or did we just kind of leave it somewhere?
Well,
We have horses.
is it still here, Alice?
While you were arguing, you'll notice that it is gone.
Ren is going to
Also,
pull out
the
his map of Halcyon.
Yeah, deflator also needs to be placed down somewhere too.
I don't even know where we are. I'm
Over here
on
at
the
bottom
other-
left.
Oh, I'm on the other half of the map.
Where's deflator?
I got it.
Yes, let me get the map.
Are there any settlements in view?
Yes, hold on. Sorry.
It's under attack.
Dun dun dun.
So you would. Let me just do a little. Let me do just a second here. Having a problem? Hold on. Okay. Ren, looking at your map, looking around, you would see behind you. How do I phrase this? You're right here.
Ah. So Ren will, being proficient with navigator tools, he'll kind of take a moment, look around, and can I see the city of Poem?
You would realize that you had come from the forest, that it would be behind you, so you passed through it.
Well, looking at this right, he'll kind of point to the direction of Poem would be there. We head southeast, we'll hit Starin.
And you do have a map, right, Ren?
Yeah, it's I specifically labeled old help map.
Okay. So now that you've found your bearings,
Halcyon in the Second Age.
yes. So now that you've found your bearings, I'll just do this, understanding that specific landmarks are subject to change, but just to give you a better view of. Oh, jeez, I screwed up my whole thing here.
The polygon reveal tool.
Yeah, I messed it up. Hold on. Oh, there it goes. Okay, there you go. So you can see more of.
All right.
Yeah. So as you're talking and looking at the map, Ren.
Whoever you are.
Yes. As you're doing this, you would notice two figures standing at the end of the road in this. Let me get on the right layer here. In this direction, if you can see that ping, coming.
Yes.
Coming from. They're kind of walking this way. Okay. Two figures. One's shorter, closer to 3 feet, and the other's about 2 feet taller. The taller one appears to be a human with a very feminine figure, dressed in a mix of a leather jerkin, white blouse underneath, and earthy brown breeches. As she comes closer, you would see she has shiny, kind of sort of chocolate brown hair and a tall braid, a short sword on her hip. And as she comes closer, you would get a glint of her green eyes that are mischievous and bright as she sees you, and she says, "I don't believe it! Ha! You owe me 10 gold!"
No way, Barney was right. That's not them.
Oh God, here we go again.
Knew this was coming.
And that Ren says that in character.
And you would indeed see. Hold on.
Oh my god.
You would see your friends, Alis Renaud and Varna the Blacktongues.
Fuck are they doing over here?
Alis,
You know them.
Was that the younger one?
Yes.
Yeah, that was the younger sister.
There we go. And as they're coming forward, Alis would say, "Barney, Bafflestone told us you would be here. Not just here. He said here, now, on this day. He knew somehow exactly where you'd be. I don't believe it." And with this, she holds her hand out and says, "You owe me 10 gold, Varn."
It's still bad booyah. Take your freaking money.
He puts his money in her hand.
I don't believe it. Varn, and what was her name again? Alis?
Alis.
Alis.
Alis. What are you doing all the way over here, on the mainland?
Real question was, why you over here?
Very, very long story. You said, Mr. Barney Bafflestone knew we would be here at this specific time. What day is it?
Alis, do I know? I'm assuming I know what day it is, but what day is it?
Yes. Let me just look at my calendar.
It's Friday.
It's not wrong.
You didn't ask specifically what day it is.
Yes. You would know that it was Varn. Here, I'll just chat to you.
The hell is it? Scroll faster. Ellis, he's a goblin. He can't count beyond 3.
No, he can only count above 3. He can't count to 3.
See,
You're right. You can't say 3.
yes. Seeing Varn sort of trying to count on his and how many fingers does a goblin have? 4?
Yes.
Yes, counting like why is it?
Counting his thumbs.
2.
Alis would
4.
say, "You don't know. It's what? It's got to be the 14th of the melting." Which you know.
In relation to the time when we got teleported, how far away is that?
You left in the 11th month of the year, and that is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 5th month of the year.
We were gone
we've
for
gone
6 months.
That fucking forest. We're too late now, I'm sure.
For what?
Stop the war.
I don't know. You can probably still stop it, but it's kind of gross.
It's 6 months.
Yeah.
The attack on Eastbridge from the dwarves, the abbots invoking of the old treaty. What?
She'd say, Alis would sort of look down. She'd say, things are a bit bad back in Hannon. I mean, they're bad everywhere, but this behind you is Poem. They have some sort of library here. There's lots of tomes and interesting things, but they don't like Varn's soup much. We've been tending to some of the sick and indigent. There's a manor not far from here.
They have terrible taste.
Yeah, we've been staying at.
Absolutely horrible.
What specifically of Hannon Hold? Does the abbot still live?
Oh, no, after the abbot was killed, the archivist he formed a council of the most loyal of the vigilant, and there was a ceremony where the queen was supposed to proclaim Tyr himself as king, but there was a skirmish. The queen's, well, Ren, you know the queen's, well, you know, there's no sense in whispering. She's changed it to the Black Veil, and those still loyal to her, Candle included, they were able to get her out, bring her to Provost. And she's there now. She's ruling the legitimate government, while Tyr supposedly rules from the Hold. Everyone is looking for her daughter. Most think she's dead.
As she's saying Tyr, Varn is going and throwing up the air quotes every time she goes and says it.
What's the Black Veil?
You would know, Ren, that the Everdawn was loosely affiliated with the Queen's network, and it wasn't so much a network of spies. It was, trade agreements and just sort of, networking friendships, right? And it was called the Order of the Vine, and this is what Candle and Brilwyn and Lamless.
This is the offshoot of it, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, and Lamless were part of, right? But then after you would know this, Ren. After they killed the king, or after the king died, she tried to militarize it, and in the intervening months, it's been renamed, as Ayla said, the Black Veil, and it's a network of those loyal to her.
It's their secret police.
Yes.
The good guys this time, though.
You could say that, Vaughn.
The good secret police.
So the Vigilant claim that they have Princess Ethelind in the Hold, and the Queen won't surrender until she gets proof. But it's
the princess is not in Hannon Hold, but she is safe.
She lives.
Is it?
She.
Where is she?
She sort of comes up to you, Ren. They've come closer at this point, and she comes up to you, Ren, and she says, "Ethelind lives."
As I said, she's in a safe place.
The archivist has sent spies to scour Altair looking for her. It's a stalemate because the queen won't attack because she believes that if she does, they'll kill her daughter, and she also won't surrender without proof. So as long as she has hope, there's hope for Hannah.
We have to get to Provos. We had a
Probably
ship
ought to get
waiting
going
for
then.
us at Eastbridge. Is the city safe, or has it been taken over by the dwarves?
No, Eastbridge is fine. The dwarves took the settlement of Ceylon on the southern coast, and they attempted to seize Eastbridge, but they were not organized well enough. But they do have a beachhead on the southern coast.
Out of Arendelle. That's the westernmost, isn't it?
Yes, that is a city that I think most of you know that is not really. It's Altair moved the capital generations ago from Arendelle to Starin, and I can bring up the big map again. Arendelle is not a city that is politically very important anymore, but there are those who live there, and it's more of a holy site.
It's kind of like when Japan changed capital from Kyoto to Edo.
Exactly. Yeah, nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cultural capital versus political capital.
Yes. Arendelle, too close to the forest. For whatever reason, the dwarves are avoiding the Varrowood.
Smart.
Go figure. Wish we had that option.
You was in there?
Choice.
Yeah.
Looks at
That's-
deflator.
Is it safe in there?
What I do?
Yeah, looks I wouldn't know anything.
It's
What?
not safe in the forest. That is why we are here now. It has only been a few weeks for us at this point.
Oh,
6
there
months
goes
for
that
you.
plan.
The leadership, the elves in Starin, they've been quite quiet. The rumors are that they're working on something big, something to end all the trouble. The dwarves can't take Eastbridge any more than the abbot can take Provos. Well, the new abbot, of course. It's someone that's not known to me that the archivist has put in charge of the vigilant.
You said Queen Elspeth is ruling Provos.
The legitimate
Ruling
government, the
Provos.
true government.
Government in exile.
Right, but I mean, I thought that Provos was ruled by the mob boss that Octavian's friends with. The cheese right.
Friends. is
That
a
guy.
term.
Well, he kind of oversees the city business. He's kind of overseeing the rest of the country.
In a strange way, Ren, when all this happened, the cheese right appeared to be. I was afraid that he would use his influence to try to seize power, to try to undermine the queen, but he appears to be a bit more patriotic. I think he hates the archivist more than the queen, for the moment at least.
I think
He's still a dick, though.
A religion.
That's why we left.
perhaps not patriotic, just patient.
Yes, and I believe a theocracy is less good for trade.
True.
Adney sort of looks at you, Ren. She noticed your choice of words, and she's wondering if she's supposed to kind of stay back.
I think Ren made it clear that revealing herself in any probably not a good idea.
Even if we can't trust these people.
Yeah, we certainly trust these people, but there's just not even saying the words is not a good idea.
They're dead. I heard them
Standing
coughing.
there, having suffered through the shock of going and seeing everybody, Varn actually goes and spots movement from behind you guys, and quickly goes and pulls out his crossbow, which has been modified to look a little different now, and points at it and say, "Hey, who them?"
New friends, new allies. I point over to the Dragonborn. That is Lucan. He is a gem Dragonborn. That is Versailles, one of my countrymen. You know Deflator. And that is B. She is a furbolg from the forest. We assisted.
Why you gotta bring race into this?
What?
I mean, we can see what race they are. I mean, Lucen is a powerful wizard, and Versailles is a skilled ranger, and B is a well-established druid. I mean, we don't get to just label them by race.
Well,
It's a lot easier to identify us rather.
also, well, I don't know if
By
Varn
what we
knows what they
look
are.
like.
I'm assuming Varn thinks they're monsters. So I don't know.
Just Octavian being racist again.
I mean,
It's
in all
never
fairness,
intentional. It's me the player being stupid.
I mean, in all fairness, it's not exactly like you could just point at me and say, "That's a powerful wizard." Do you mean the Dragonborn? It's a lot easier to tell that's a Dragonborn than it is a powerful wizard.
I mean, if you point, they see you're pointing at.
Either way,
I don't know. He is pretty short.
just say they are friends. They helped us out dealing with things in the forest.
And you
That's
did
Booyog.
You also forgot our other friend, Adney.
Oh yes, given I would let you do the honors.
Why?
Eh?
Alias, sort of as you're arguing, Alias.
Because I thought we were under the impression that we were trying to keep stuff about her secret. And
She still has a name.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah, she's not just like hiding under the brush.
she's not invisible. Like,
All right.
She's not. I guess
Now
I
we're
didn't
being
cast my spell
classist,
properly.
too.
As you're sort of bickering back and forth, Alice being as bubbly as you remember, she's just going to come right up to you, Lucan, and she's going to introduce herself and shake hands and just introduce herself to everyone. Alice Renaud, I'm from Provost. I run with my father and my sister an alchemist shop. You're all quite welcome. It's wonderful to meet you.
Lucan, Draco,
As she's going and stepping
current
forward.
prisoner, sort of thing.
As she's stepping forward, Varn goes and gives one of those exasperated, ah!
You know, one of these days, you're gonna go and do that. They're just gonna stab you. We've gone over this before.
Hey, Goblin. I heard something about soup. You got soup?
Who's asking?
Me. I'm kind of hungry and I don't really feel like eating meat.
What else do you eat?
Tiny
Soup?
goblin man.
Soup?
Yeah, but soup got meat in it. So if you
Is
don't
it-
eat it, you're not gonna waste my meat.
You don't have like vegetables or anything in it? You got just meat?
Oh, what are you trying to do? Poison it?
I think I need to teach you some new recipes about your soup. It'll make it really tasty. With more
Ella,
meat.
shouldn't Aylis have taught him some new stuff?
Hopefully.
Yo, you think he listens? He's a goblin.
Are you, Lucan, Draco, you said, are you hungry?
Very.
Alice will take her thumb and forefinger up to her lips and she'll let out a whistle. And you'd hear from around the corner a rumbling and a clatter of pots and pans as a wagon comes into view. It's decorated with lettering that reads Fine Soups and Stews, spelled FYNESOOPS and STUS. And it's being pulled by a large black and white badger, which seems preoccupied sniffing at the ground, tracking some odd crumbs.
it's like potions.
What?
and powder.
Which side you on?
Exact potions. Exactly.
The side that wants food, I would assume. You said you made food. I kind of want some food. You said something about soup. What do you want?
Yeah, I got soup. I gotta heat it up though.
That's fine. If you need some help, I can do that.
Poisoning my soup.
No, just helping set the fire. I can't really do much other than that. Sorry, I cut you off, Ren.
I was like, well, you guys are getting lunch. I think you still talk about Han and some.
Yeah, we can do that.
So you mentioned the Baffle Stones. How is travel between Provost and Arvis? Are the Vigilants still blocking everything in the hole?
Kinda depends on the day, I think. I mean, it's not jam packed with them, but they do wander through at random. It seems like.
Yes, most of the east side of Hannon is rather a challenge to get through unmolested.
That's why we was trying to get out of there.
It would be possible to get back to Provost. We would need to sail down the river. I believe your ship is waiting at the port of Erisserene. We will need passage from Lord Killian, however, to get down there. It is possible. I think he's still at the manor, isn't he, Vaughn?
I believe so. I don't think he was leaving.
Yes, we could make an introduction, and I'm sure we could return there if you think it's the time is right.
Yes, we need to get back to Hannon for a number of reasons, and our ship would be most useful in that endeavor.
Yes,
Yeah, usually it's a bit of a long swim.
And I'm not exactly equipped to swim, and kind of motion into my armor.
You're getting chubby again, too.
So we'll be sailing from Erisserene to Provost, right?
Ayla she exchanges a look with. She looks kind of at Ren and then past Ren over to Varn and says, I believe if we can get to Erisserene, Brilwyn will be ready.
Alright, now, how did you get to the mainland?
That is...
A lot of bribes. Oh my god, I'm out of money.
The thing that he's like, a lot of bribes, but all he was doing was just paying for the ticket and the ride.
That's cute.
Well, yeah.
We do have...
For money for goods and services, fucking bribery.
Above your heads at this point, the sky would actually flicker once more with that pale white light, like the crackling dome from horizon to horizon, before dissipating again. Ailish looks up, and she says, Vaughn, it's happening again. I wonder what it is.
Nothing good. Bad, Booyah.
So you came from the Verawood. You were...
Yeah, we'll get to that later.
I want to hear all about it.
Right, but how did you get from Hannon to Halcyon?
Yes, well, we were obviously, with the help of key members of the Black Veil, we were able to secure passage on a cargo ship. First, we stayed in...
The air quotes passage.
Yes. We were able to go to Vardis for a short bit, and then from there, we were able to make our way to Eastbridge. And this was the instructions. We followed the instructions of Bafflestone. Varn, you could tell this part, but we went to him. We were able to see him before it was too late. And he gave us, he told us where to be, exactly when.
What do you mean by too late?
And she sort of looks...
to arrive?
No, she looks down.
Well, we were told we had to be here to meet you guys. I thought it was a bunch of bullshit, but here you is. So what the fuck? So now that I'm 10 pounds lighter, thanks, bastard, it cost me all sorts of money. I already got. And he pulls out his purse and starts looking through it. I got nothing left. And he shakes it, and it's actually really heavy with coins. Like, I got nothing left. I'm poor. I'm doing poor.
Barney was staying in Haverhill at the time. His cousin Sibo had gotten him out of Arvis before it was completely taken over by the Vigil, and he was quite sick in bed when we saw him last.
Yeah, he isn't looking too good.
And he was almost 790, I think.
94?
Gnome, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very old for a gnome.
Yes.
So you made your way here on a boat from Vardis to Eastbridge. How are the waters? Have they been... In the past 6 months, have they been dangerous? Have there been ships being attacked?
Define what's dangerous about water, other than the fact that it's wet.
No, Vaughn. I think Ren's referring to some of the, some of the privateering types.
Oh, we ran into what, 2 or 3?
Yeah, there is more of that. The Archivist was trying to muster up something of a navy. Hasn't gotten very far, but we were able to get through without much difficulty, but there are a few ships that are harassing trading vessels.
Any ships being turned into essentially ghost ships, not just common theft, but passengers all taken.
She sort of gives a nervous look to the others and says, "Ghost ships?"
They were pretty sour looking to me.
They're abandoned ships that no longer have anyone running them. They just essentially float.
There was a rumor of one in Aaronsport a while back.
Also, there could be actual, like,
That
a
was
ghost ship.
Yes, there was that is actually our boat somehow. Any others that you've heard of?
She shakes her head, no.
Not from my name.
Small reprieve.
Can I have my soup now?
She'd say, on the matter of coin, I don't think that, one second, that Lord Killian will require too large of a bribe. He's a reasonable person, but I'm assuming there will be the matter of coin. We've been earning something delivering soup, not only to there's a small village right across the bridge there, and if you look in the distance along the path, you would see a wooden bridge taking you across the river. There's the Ashwood clan right there, and then Darrigan home is right at the foot of the mountain. It's not far, only an hour or so, and we've been delivering soup and supplies. I've been doing my best to make some potions with what I can find in the countryside, making some coin. Mother Darragon has been taking in some of the sick and indigent, and there's even some children there. She's fashioned something of a small schoolroom to help.
They tried to make me learn how to count.
They did.
Can you
they
believe the travesty?
I actually. Vaughn was wearing something of a rather large hat, and they took him for a small child by accident.
Did like that hat.
Didn't we do that? Didn't we do that in Curse of Strahd?
Yes. We tried. We tried, but it didn't fit.
That kind of caught me off guard when you said that.
Even if
It was
we
a nice
cannot-
hat, though. I liked it. But then they tried to go and make me go to school, and then I figured I'd go, well, no. Or they
we
make
cannot
me go
afford
again.
passage by talking to this Lord Killian. I'm certain we can do a favor of the
Who's talking?
upstanding
You
kind.
or that one?
Oh, I
Point
thought-
at Ren.
I didn't know you were into that sort of thing, Octavian, but if you want to take one for the team.
Oh, for the love of the gods. Just pinch my eyebrows. Pinch my brow.
No, pinching the
meant,
eyebrow
like-
works better. Just.
Who's gonna
Meant
pay the
like-
bribe? Because I'm out of money.
Which, it was Haverhill that we killed the Ankh Queen, right?
It was, yes, indeed.
Yeah. I meant like
He's out
the Ankh Queen, Haverhill. Something like that.
He's
Where
out
you
of
get to
money
punch
because he has
things.
333
I mean,
gold.
why do we need this person's permission, anyways?
Because he's a dick.
Luckily,
Also, it's
because of the-
Octavian, but I don't have his permission for anything.
Like,
Well,
is it
that would all
because the-
depend on who's talking to him, I guess.
is it because the ports are locked down? Is that why we need to pay to leave?
Yeah, I think so. They didn't really went and gave us much detail about it. They just said, give me money or you can't leave. Like I said, the guy's a dick.
It'd be worth talking to at least get some information out of somebody who is more in tune with the finer goings-ons. The political landscape of things. Besides, I'm not keen on making any more enemies than we already have.
He's not that bad of a guy, but
I didn't plan on making an enemy. I just go down the river. I don't. But if we're gonna go, let's go.
okie dokie, let's go.
Get food.
On the way.
Oh, Vaughn, there is some warm. I think there's some tomato soup, and I think there's still some chowder left. I think, other than we can't give you what we have, what's already been paid for from the manor, but there should be some extra. Vaughn, please look.
I can pay you. I don't need to.
At the mention of pay, he brightens up and goes and scrambles towards the cart.
Yeah, we got it. I got some grilled sandwiches too. How much you got?
He will reach into his bag and rummage around and pull out a single gold piece. How's this?
More than I got before. I take it.
And he goes and starts dishing out bowls. Plenty of bowls for everybody.
They're empty.
Oh no.
I know.
The sandwiches are very small though.
They're bite
like-
size.
They're finger sandwiches.
I should raise my finger while we're eating them.
If you don't, it's considered an insult.
To the sandwich or to you?
Yes.
Alright, that's fair.
Aylis will produce from her waist pouch. There's a pouch on her hip, a small vial, and she'd say, "Are any of you injured? Have you been in any? Were you attacked? What sort of creatures are in the Varrowood? I have so many questions."
Lots of dangerous things. I've been keeping them medically checked and okay.
Probably bunny rabbits.
Yes,
Knowing
bunny
a lot
rabbit
of you running into bunny rabbits and getting scared.
Yeah,
Or
there were a
like,
lot of bunny rabbits that are like the size of larger than your cart with wings and breathe fire. Also weren't bunnies.
There
I
were
was
also
gonna say, that doesn't sound like a bunny.
there were also the mangy, emaciated gnome-looking creatures with red hats. Very heavy boots. They liked to kick you.
They love to drop kick you for some reason.
It didn't
Oh.
always work out very well, but it hit hard.
I'm short. Yeah, it's easiest to just go and shoot them from a long way away.
It's normally what we did.
Some
Was
of us
NC,
are
there wasn't
good
a
for ranged
problem.
combat.
For most of you.
In all honesty, it's good to see you, Vaughn. Nice to know that you're doing well for yourself.
I'm
After
poor.
a
What
part.
are you talking about? I'm not doing well.
Well,
You're
you're alive.
aren't you?
Also, I just paid you.
Yes, and you're not experiencing any significant amount of missing time.
That also is
What-
true.
Yes, I
Actually,
winces at that word.
quick question for you, DM. How long would it have been that I would have been in the woods? About 6 months or so, or
Oh yes. You. Jeez, you're a tricky one, Lucian.
do you want to come back to it later?
No, I feel like you probably entered the woods around like a week or a few weeks before the party did. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you were doing your thing, and then you were captured eventually. And I feel like we discussed like you would have been like, holy shit, it's wolf hair. Like what is this? You people, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
yeah, like what are you doing?
What's going on here? Why is there an entire army here?
Yes,
What's going on?
Even I lose track sometimes. I'm like, okay, what now? Who was born when?
Wait, Octavian is technically older than the last emperor? Wait, what? It's a true fact. Octavian is older than him by like 3 years.
That's right.
These and Asim, they have half-elf lifespans.
Ah.
Aylis would say, if we head out now, we can make it to the manor before nightfall, and I'd love to hear your stories.
Yeah, so I'd love to go to a place of proper civilization. I'm frankly tired.
But
of
then you're looking
traveling
in the
with-
wrong spot.
Don't insult B like that.
It was a nice forest, but
Excuse me.
hostile.
Also, we never went to B's actual home. We just went to their lake and also the Dryads.
That spring looked very inviting, but we were on a mission.
Aylis looks at B and said, "You're from the Varrowood?"
Oh yeah.
How old
They
are
call
you?
you guys big in there, don't they?
She looks up at you. I think she's like Elaine. Correct me if I'm wrong. She's like 5'2".
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's like looking up at B, right?
They call you guys big in there, don't they?
And she'd say, well,
Some of them grow from trees.
Are you the size of the rabbits in there?
She'd say,
You know,
yeah.
I think he's trying to talk to me, but I just can't understand what he's saying.
It's because he has a low center of gravity.
B says,
You
speaking
have
to
to
the mic.
speak up. I can't hear you up here.
Don't say that. He will climb.
Alis would say, well, welcome to Altair, as it were. We're both rather far from home, it would seem.
Yeah, I'm excited to see a new place. It's gonna be nice to get away from home for a while. Really kind of find myself.
Barnes stares at you for a good solid 10 seconds and then shakes his head. You have a very weird sense of fun.
I mean, you're always having fun when you're with your friends.
Mr.
Right?
Rogers, when you did that.
Looks over at Octavian and goes and says, "You guys really settled down, didn't you?"
On the contrary, I
Tell
think
me,
we've been
do you remember how to swing that sword?
Very much so.
Then how does she think it's fun to hang around with you guys?
She just hasn't got to know us yet.
They tried to kill me like 500 times.
That's an over-exaggeration.
It's a flat-out lie.
It would probably help if I knew how many 500 was, but that's beside the point.
I'm still.
No, I
grateful
think he's
for-
right. I've tried to kill him 501 times.
Remember, Varn, it
That's
is
like
you who
11 billion times.
Do not forget, Varn. It is you who lended me aid upon the roads when some of your kin decided to.
That's because I don't get away, or I don't go up close. You knuckleheads, you get right up in there. You're weird.
That's how I was taught to fight.
You was taught wrong.
To each their own.
The dead ones are the ones that go in first.
Yeah, we call that the Vanguard.
I call it the dead guard.
I call, can we get a move on?
Ren.
Yes.
I agree.
Yes, Ren, with your passive perception behind you, in this direction, coming from like this way, on the hill, you'd hear some rustling and you would actually see some spear tips, a few dozen sort of heading through the field.
Like kind of sticking up against above the grain.
A bit.
Ren will kind of like hop, skip, and like jump and like perch himself like standing up on top of the signpost.
Alis would say, "What's the matter, Ren?"
He's very jumpy.
And Ren, you would see from the higher vantage, you would see what looks like about 24 soldiers coming this way. They look like they have elven armor on.
Elven soldiers heading this way.
Alis would say, "Oh, they don't give us too much trouble, but sometimes they do harry us and for questioning. It's better to avoid them."
Well, very prejudiced against the greenskins.
Yes, they're not a big fan of Vaughn. I can usually talk my way past them, but it's a dice roll at times.
Meanwhile, I'm stuck in a damn barrel.
I didn't even mean it when it came out of my mouth.
Well, they're heading this way, so as if it's not too suspicious to quickly move and evade them, we should do that. Otherwise,
I'll go get in a barrel. Alis, you take your cart.
Yes, we've been making deliveries from the Ashwoods to the Manor for a while now, so that if they see us going that way, they shouldn't harry us.
I still gotta get in the barrel, though.
well, backflip off of it. Let's gonna move on.
As she's leaving, Alis would actually turn to Adney and say, "My dear, when we get there, would you allow me to do something with your hair?" And
When I
he
know
sort
it's
of
the hair.
gives her a look, and she sort of reaches up, and her hair's it's turning into a bit of a rat's nest. There's big tangles, and she just gives
Hey,
her a
you're about
quizzical
my
look.
size. You're about my size. Don't worry, we got enough bail for you too.
Ooh.
So with this, she'll jump up in the cart. There's room for, I think, about everyone. I don't know. B, you might.
B would probably be a little large to ride inside of it.
Yeah, you might
just
tip it a
for
bit.
The cooking supplies. But in all honesty, there's probably, with the supplies, there's probably about room for 4 creatures in the back, with 2 up front on the seats, and Barn in a barrel.
Yes, so we'll pile in as we can.
It's like 6 people plus barn. I'll walk.
I will also.
Wait, we appreciate it? God only knows how much suspension I'm killing on these things.
Barrels?
So,
And
as
We gotta
please.
make it look heavier than it is.
as we're walking, Ren would want to use the sending stone.
Yes.
Do it. Something. We gotta go Silquin. Does or not.
I would say, we got out of the Verewood, heading to El Serene. I hope to see you there. We need to have a serious fucking conversation.
Lucan will make his way closer to the Praetor, whose name just zipped out of my brain for like a split second. Praetor, just so that you are aware, as soon as we get a chance to rest, I am going to get in contact with my men. I'm rather, with all this talk of war, I'd rather have them at the ready than not.
You're walking, right? You're not.
I am walking next to him. Yes.
All right. I was gonna say, if you're in the back of the wagon, Varn would have something to say about that, but you're not in the wagon, so he can't hear you.
Having a few extra swords at our disposal might be useful if we are expecting trouble on the roads.
How many would you like? I will ask that ahead of time.
How
I
many
get.
can you produce?
But then you have to give me a second on that one. Let's see. There's 2, 6. Fuck. I always hate doing this. So it's 6, 12.
Well, let me say this.
14,
How many people?
15. 15. I have 12 in a barrel. So 12 pretty easily.
All right. Well, how many can you fit in Tiny Hut? How many people can you fit?
They
in
don't
Tiny
need
Hut?
to.
Okay. Well, but Octavian doesn't know that.
He will make that. He will make that pretty clear. They can even do force march because they don't get exhausted. If he asks how many can fit in the tiny hut, he will say, "The men have their own way of procuring their rest."
Well, I think we ourselves are quite well covered in combat. But I think a little extra frontline support would be nice. Let's start with 4. Give them a trial run. I want to see what they're made of.
Okay. I usually like to have them use bows and arrows. But I can always have them use swords.
Generally, it's typically only myself and Deflator on the front line. Ren is in and out or plays at decent range. Having some frontliners to back me up might be useful.
They only have an AC of 13. So...
I don't know that.
True.
I'm still operating under the assumption that these are like either magical things or you're like teleporting people in or whatever.
No, I got that. I'm just letting you know out of character. They don't have a whole lot. I would probably say they would likely be in the back line covering with Versailles.
No, either way.
Don't tend to. What's a good way of putting it? they're not as weaponly, not as adept at weapons as you and Ren and Deflator are.
Well, either way, moving with a very large crowd, a group of people is going to attract a lot of eyes. So if we have just a few that
4
can
can be
back
done.
us up, yes, I think that would be good.
4 is easy. I will get in contact once we stop. Which is literally just 2 spell slots for me.
All right.
As we are as we're in the cart, we'd be heading towards a bridge, and it's about, I'd say, 50 feet long, 20 feet wide or so. And right on the other side of it, you would see what looks like a small settlement, and Tufa would begin pulling the cart across the bridge. As Adney, on the cart, she pulls out a Garwin's violin, and she's sort of looking at it, and she's plucking at it a bit. And she seems to look at it quizzically for a minute, turning it over in her hands. And she'd say to anyone sitting around her, she'd say, there's something written here. And she would hold it out, and she'd say, I know a bit of Elvish, but this is a bit different.
I can read that, because with my new invocation on level 9, I took Eyes of the Runekeeper.
Oh, nice.
Let's go.
Excellent.
The linguist. Very useful, actually, considering your Kenku abilities, too.
Yes.
So you can read all writing, right?
Yeah, Eyes of the Runekeeper, you can read all writing.
Wow. Great.
It's so fucking broken. I love it.
It's broken if you're in that kind of game. Like this one.
Yeah. Well, it's also useful in, like, the game that Justin and I play with our friends from, like, from DC-ish. My Warlock in that has it, and, well, because he's a fucking giga genius, he can also read, like, with, he took a look at, like, the alphabet, the ancient alphabet of an ancient language, and now he can read all of it.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's like, like the magic didn't intrinsically give him the ability to read this, but after studying it for like a day, he got it. He like attuned to it. He got it.
There was something I always wondered is, would they be able to understand Thieves' Cant? Because as far as I'm aware, Thieves' Cant is just like a series of words set in a very specific pattern.
So, I think that's DM preference. Jeremy Crawford might have said something about it. In my opinion, I think the answer is no.
Like, I always said Thieves' Cant to be like symbols, like Underground Railroad, and like not actual words, just like a symbol that means, this area safe, this area guarded,
Well,
Right.
I always see it as like saying things that mean something else. Like, how was your day on the veranda? Means, give me any sort of update.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've always seen, me personally as a DM, I've always seen Thieves' Cant as like a code. It's like speaking code. So speak in whatever language you want to, but the meaning behind what you say
And what is meant,
and what is meant are very different. But only those who know how to speak Thieves' Cant know that. And reading Thieves' Cant is entirely different, and that's like being able to. Like, it's like things are written out in code, or things seem innocuous, but if you look at it in a specific way, you might read something.
I can tell you straight out of the book, and from older editions, that Thieves' Cant written is symbols, and Thieves' Cant spoken is like what Lucan is saying.
Mm-hmm.
Or what Flox is saying.
Code phrases,
is like,
Whatever.
Is
code.
Yeah, is like words. You speak an innocuous sentence, and some of the words connected mean something.
What about Cockney rhyming slang?
Same thing.
Wait, bro.
Not a real question.
And because I know too much about languages, Thieves' Cant in like out of game, like real life Thieves' Cant is like only symbols. There's no spoken Thieves' Cant, and it's not really a language, but it's like mechanically treated as one. The mechanics, bro.
Mhm.
Mechanics. Anywho, what does it say on Garland's violin?
Let's say on a Garland's violin.
So you're looking at it, Deflator?
Yeah.
It would say this.
Aww. Deflator would like giggle and keep it to herself.
So something private then. That's fine.
I imagine it's a little embarrassing to tell, especially without his
Well, I'm
permission.
going to keep it safe. I'm going to give it back to him one day.
Why don't you learn it?
Oh, I will.
Have it.
I will. An instrument like this, it deserves to be played. At least that's what they taught me.
She's inside the carriage, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So Lucien would stick his head through all of a sudden and say, wait, it's not Adney. What did he call her?
Alice.
Alice. No, not Alice. It's Adney, but Adney's actual name.
Excellent, but we're trying to keep that close to the chest.
Well, that's all I know her as until she treats me as friend.
You could say you and just be a dick.
Well, I mean, it depends. Would
And
Lucien...
you've definitely also heard other people call her Adney.
Yeah.
She also said only her friends call her Adney.
Well, I just want to say she was being standoffish because she had just met you. She wasn't trying to be, super rude.
No, I got that, and he's again being just nice at this point.
Yeah, and now you've actually
Like,
been through. So I was gonna say you've been through some adventures together now. So who knows, right?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and just keep it close to the chest at the moment. Just peek my head in. Adney. I don't know. Can I call you Adney?
Lucien. Oh, of course. And then
saw
she
you-
sort of. I'm sorry. I was gonna say she glances nervously towards Ren's direction. And says, "What else would you call me? That's my name."
Right. Anyways, I saw you throw away your quarterstaff earlier. Did you want a sword?
I think I do.
He while still hanging off the side of the cart, he's going to reach into his bag and pull out a sword and say, "Here you go."
Looks a little big for her.
It's a long sword.
I
Or
have
is
a
it short
short sword I could give her.
Oh, I'm sorry. Short sword, not a long sword.
She's gonna take the sword from Lucien, and as she takes it, the weight to kind of like the tip sort of falls and it dings into the bottom of the floor of the carriage.
Arn pops his head out of the barrel. Don't do that. That's very expensive.
I will also give Adney 3 daggers. I'll say like I don't need them. I don't need them where I'm going.
I mean, didn't Adney? When we met her, she had like this like nice dagger, didn't she?
She had a dagger, yeah. I don't know if it was super nice or anything, but yeah, she did have a dagger. Because you'd gone and mentioned that she did better with a dagger than she did with the bow staff.
Yeah, because that was like Alice's hint that she was more than she seemed, just because she had this super fine, like fancy dagger.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even remember that. I'm glad you remembered that. Guess she doesn't need my daggers.
I don't know how the hell I remembered that, but I did.
I definitely remembered that, and she's definitely did.
You could say that it was taken when they were brought into custody.
Well, it had
did not get it back.
We could say that, or the fact that it does have royal symbols on it. Maybe she's keeping it hidden.
That could work.
No, that couldn't be the case.
The question I have would my detect magic seen it?
It would not have been magical. Just
okay.
ornate. Yeah.
Finally made.
Yes. Yeah.
Gotcha. So with that, he will drop out of the window. If you need anything else, let me know.
Thank you, Lucien.
I need more gold.
You got more soup?
Yeah.
Then I will pay you more gold.
Lucien, we're going to the manor. I'm sure they'll be able to feed us more food there.
But
Hey,
the
whose
soup
side
is
you
really-
on?
The soup was really good, though. Also, I'm pretty sure she's on my side more than your side, since we just met you and do not know anything about you.
He's a goblin. He doesn't give a shit.
True.
I think me and Lucette and her have like the most kinship is just because we just joined at
You
the
were-
same exact time and we have no fucking clue what the hell's going on. You guys talk about like killing gods and evil trees, and we're just like, what? I just want my
Oh.
town back.
Oh, if you want, on the journey, Taven can tell you a bit about, about Varn.
What's happened?
Yeah, like what's happened beforehand, and since now it seems relevant, especially that Varn is back, so get you guys up to speed.
Yeah. Yeah,
so-
he probably would ask while they're walking, since he's walking next to him.
Let's keep it brief. Before the campaign started, Raven was jumped by some goblins on the road, and he fought them off with Varn's help, who doesn't really like his own kind. Am I dying?
No,
A little bit.
no, you seem
Oh,
okay.
okay.
But you're alright.
Oh, it's just
A
like
little
everything
inside,
stopped.
but-
Everything stopped for a second, and like I saw your thing lighting up, and I couldn't hear you. I was like, wait.
It didn't
what?
stop lighting up for some reason, so I moved it away to try and make it stop doing that, because it does that for some reason.
Anyways, and then he took their ears and sold them up at the festival to celebrate the passing of the king. We did some shit on the road there, and eventually,
Bought a greased pig and murdered it in one go.
yeah. And then when we completed our task at the tower, I forget what it was called. Yeah, El Saren. He was afraid of all the magic-y stuff and decided to dip out. And,
Said, fuck it, I'm out. There's too much magic.
but we left on
a wizard.
we left on decently good terms. It's just like he was uncomfortable.
No, he's back now.
Yeah, and things are about to get a lot weirder. So I think he has.
It's
I hope
hit the
he
fan.
has-
You guys are the safe bet now.
Yeah, I hope he's okay with a little bit more magic going on. So just be wary around him when you decide to start slinging spells.
Right. Do you think he will mind if I just do it while invisible?
That might honestly make him more wary, because then at least when you're visible, he can see you doing it.
Yeah. Cast it when he's invisible. He has no idea where the fuck you are. He is now terrified. Cast it while you're visible. He at least knows where to pull the trigger.
Look, so long as you point it at our enemies, you can count on Van's crossbow to cover your butt.
Good to know. I will be sure to definitely continue not pointing it at you guys.
Yes, I just know how magic can be sometimes.
I tend
All of us.
to think myself better than a novice.
You have certainly proved that.
I
Yeah. Varn's
just-
primary concern is it going to hurt me and is it aimed at me?
Yes and no is the answer.
See? So yeah.
Anyways,
And he's
We're gonna-
a surprisingly good cook as well. He could do a little bit better with some seasoning here and there, but the basics are there.
I can help him get some seasoning in his stuff.
Good
He
luck
he
convincing him.
taps at his jug.
Out of the cart, you just hear lies, really muffled.
Good luck convincing him.
Oh, I think I have an idea of how to convince him.
Mm.
Hey, Goblin, do you like wine?
You see him pop his nose out of the barrel. What kind?
The kind that never runs dry?
Is it good?
I think so.
Sure.
When we get there, I can give you some. I keep diverting everyone's attention. I'm my bad.
It's all good.
What are you putting in it before we get there?
It doesn't exist until we get there.
Well, yeah, well, as long as it's drinkable.
It's very much so.
His nose pops back down into the barrel.
Are the elves gone yet?
That's a good question. Are the elves gone now?
Are we being pursued?
Oh no, not at all.
Okay. Okay,
No.
so they were like far away. Just Ren's got like he's got elven eyesight without being elven.
Yeah, and also, Ayla's indicated that you could get in the wagon and it just looks like normal business, and they shouldn't be too suspicious. But yeah, looking back across the bridge, you would not see any pursuit. Yes, Ren.
Are we there yet?
Thank you.
As you cross the river, you would come across what looks like a small settlement with a variety of huts and buildings, wooden fences surrounding what looks like a central structure. It looks like a windmill that might be used to make bread, to crush wheat, with a large stone being driven by water. And it's going round and round, and it's making a very distinct grinding sound. The cart would pull to a stop, and Alis would say, "If you'll just 1 second, I'll make my delivery, and we'll be on our way." And she hops off the wagon with a small bag full of vials, and she proceeds.
Octavian,
Yes.
how did you meet this girl?
Oh, Alis?
No, Adney. Sorry, that was sarcasm in her part.
Oh. So wait, do you actually mean Alis?
Yes.
Okay.
I won't lie, the sarcasm was lost on me too. I actually thought you meant acting.
They're actually both good stories.
Yeah. No. Alis, she's a friend of Varn's boss, I guess. An old gnome by the name of Barney Bafflestone. And he told us to scout Mr. Renaud, her father. And when we got there, we had learned that he had decided to go off to the tower of Ale Saren, the north end of Hannan, to correct an old wrong that's way heavy.
He got
on his
lost
heart.
in the evil ruins. It was horrible.
Yes, so
Better than being lost in the forest again.
we took care of some business within the city and made our way there so that we could prevent him from, well, throwing his life away. And we did so. And it is good to hear that he is doing well for himself.
Then he started going and hitting on the older sister, and she shot him down, so he got all mopey, and he walked away and left the city. It was horrible.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Don't listen
Nothing.
to him. He's reading far too much into things.
He does.
Octavian, just
out of character, he does realize Gerard is Elise's father too.
Ah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm making sure Varn remembered that.
Yeah. No, he was talking about Octavian going and hitting on the older sister.
Yeah.
Granted, his memory of all of this is just kind of fucking bullshit. So
That's
he's just
significantly
making
better
shit
than the
up.
alternative.
Vaughn
That's where I got confused.
Vaughn has an active imagination.
Very active, thank you very much. How do you think
Yeah.
I come up with all the recipes?
The elves are gone, by the way.
Oh, good. Those knife-field little bastards are a pain in the ass.
I don't think Octavian ever hit on her, but he did just consistently question her capabilities. Probably because she's a woman.
It's
Isn't
not
that the same
like
thing?
that.
Holy shit.
That theory doesn't work, Ren, because he hasn't questioned Versailles once.
Yeah, but she's got
Yeah,
fancy,
but I've been questioned, and you're a
That's-
she's got
statesman.
fancy
That says
armor.
nothing of you.
She's
As a
got
question
fancy
just then.
Vanadori armor, though. There's a difference.
How
think
would how would
I think-
Var know it was mandatory? It's just plain black leather.
No, that's me just being an ass outside of character.
That's him just being him.
When
Yeah.
it comes to my concern over Elise, Aelis's sister, is because I was unsure as to whether or not we would actually have been able to save her father, and I would rather not leave a young woman like her without family.
Uh-huh. Varn makes kissy faces at you.
Besides, after the arson incident, I was none too pleased to be in that city anymore, and I...
That was fun. We should go back and visit again.
Oh, I
Versailles just
intend...
raised an eyebrow at that mention. Kind
It's
of
ro-
shocked that he would
Again,
do such
it's
thing.
it's a very long story.
No, it's
And-
not.
It's not at
He
all.
aided a guy. He aided a what the fuck was it again? It was a little guy. In going and throwing Molotovs into a house.
First off, I did not throw a single thing. I
So
simply
just provided
You aided-
protection.
You escorted him to the house so he could do it.
I was told that a message needed to be sent through a dangerous part of town, and that the messenger needed a bodyguard.
He is a paladin.
And
He
I
is a
did
paladin.
It very explicitly tell you not to trust him.
And I kick myself every single time, every night, because I did not. And when we return to Provos, I will have words with the cheese rate.
Are we gonna throw more Molotovs?
Possibly. At least this time I will intend to do it.
They're all a good message, though. You gotta admit that.
Fire is a good message. And then Deflator is going to whine and say, and by the way, are we there yet?
Well,
You guys
we
are
are.
in
We're
the
waiting on.
cart.
Well, no, we made a small
Alias
settlement.
is dropping off those supplies.
That's right.
Yes. At this, you would see Alis bow to what looks like an elder of this place that she referred to as at the Ashwood clan. She's going to return to the cart, and she's holding a small pouch of coins. She gives it a little shake, and nods to Varn and says, "More coin than we had before."
Very true.
And with that, Tufa begins pulling, scratching at the ground. It's a bit uphill, and she's scratching, and then with a great lurch, the wheels begin to move and roll once more.
Are we almost there?
Okay.
Well, we're over halfway.
Speed it up.
Yes.
If halfway is to here and back, then yes, we are just over halfway.
Traveling the rest of the day, as you reach the foothill of the mountain, there is a path with a gentle slope, and Tufa pulls the cart up as best she can, and you would see in the distance, just as the sun is beginning to set, you would see a large manor. There's a walled area around the house itself, fairly large. It's filled with gardens. You'd see a small barn to one side. There's a few small huts and outbuildings that dot the edges for what you would presume is for hired families to live. Alis would point some of these things out as well. And the main building of the estate is this massive light stone structure with towering windows with it looks to be about 3 stories. And on the far right side, there's a detached chapel that has stained glass windows that appear to be depicting various scenes from antiquity. Varn and Alis would pull the cart over next to what appears to be stables, and there would be various horses there. And Alis would flip a coin to a small boy who comes up, taking the reins, and begins to pet Tufa, feeding her an apple.
Getting bribed again, I see, are we, Tufa? Really? I swear to gods, anybody could go and take you. Apple here, a horse there. Anybody could walk off with you. Anywho, we'll heal. The pompous ass is probably inside.
Is there like somebody manning the gates? Or are we not close enough?
No, you are from here. You can see that the gates they appear to be open as Alis is helping Varn pack up what appears to be, a good amount of food that they've made. There's earthenware containers full of different soups and stews. The aroma that you've been enjoying kind of the whole way has been permeating. And what's more, there appears to be a couple of sacks of different supplies. So Alis is sort of stacking them up, and she's preparing to bring them into the house. And while we're here, could I get a perception roll from someone?
Do you want
I
to do
could,
it,
but-
everybody?
Sure.
I don't think we need one
Ren,
after that one.
what doth thine non-elven elven eyes see?
All right, that's 21.
Wow.
I see nothing.
Versailles, you have a bit of narcolepsy and you fall asleep. Versailles
You're on
just,
the cart.
You've tied your shoes together.
yeah, Versailles just like staring into the distance.
She's lost in thought.
Yes, certainly. Ren, Octavian, and B. As you're looking, around, taking in your surroundings, you would notice in the stables a couple of different beautiful horses. Some appear to be fast. There's a few ponies, even some mules that look like they might be there purely for work. There are one or two war horses which appear to be quite sturdy, but there's one particular thing that you see in the far stall. It's a mass of what looks like horse-shaped steel, but it looks to be breathing as if it were alive, and you see a curious tabard draped over it.
God, that poor horse.
What horse?
This
Oh,
way.
yeah.
The metal one.
Yeah, that. I try not to get too close to it. It always seems like it could blow up.
Yeah?
Keep Octavian away from it. Lord only knows what he'll do.
No, that's a good question. Octavian, what would you do?
I would observe from a safe distance.
That sounds like a good idea. Do you
Really?
think maybe I should check it out then?
I think we should go inside.
I'll go with that idea more than anything.
Can always ask the lord of the house. They likely know what it is.
No, and
my God,
no
he
idea what
probably
that
won't
is.
Shut up about it.
I know exactly what it is.
Is it a horse?
It's none of our fucking business.
Also, I don't think this is the Lord's house. This is the Killian Manor. This is the Darrigan house.
Oh.
Yes,
What again?
Alis would look at you, Versailles, and say, "Oh, well, at least someone's been paying attention. Yes, this is the Darrigan home. Some call it the Darrigan Coven. I believe Lord Killian is in residence here for the time being."
I just live here.
You live here?
Excellent. So, would you indeed approach the front door?
Yeah.
Alis and Varn, I believe. Varn, you can, of course.
Yeah. He'd go up.
Yes. Didn't mean to treat Varn like an NPC. I apologize.
No, you're good.
NBC Varn!
Yes.
Good to meet you.
Yeah, Varn would say, "Ah, Humi!" No. Booyag!
You're not wrong.
The idea of the fact that the DM is saying that to the player.
Yes, I don't know what's worse, my Varn or my B. Well, y'all,
Varn is definitely worse. I love your B.
my B. I can't do anything close to Cake, but I could hold down the fort until Cake gets back.
I I'm here.
No, I meant a couple weeks
When
ago.
you were
I
here
was.
that-
Yeah, I was.
When you weren't here that day.
Well, that's
Yeah.
just, I mean,
I was beat
I
for like 10
gotta
minutes.
you may have a good B impression, but how's your Arco?
Oh god, I can't even touch Arco.
Ah! Justin's Arco impression is pretty spot on.
Justin's Arco is
No, I
pretty good.
can't do it right now. I'm not in the mood.
I'm very excited for you guys to meet older, much more mature Arco.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Arco without a lisp.
Yeah.
No, the
Finally
list
got
is
the
harder.
retainer out.
Yeah. Cake, would you just give us just a small bit of Arco?
I'll give you old Arco.
Oh!
Or I'll give you young Arco. I mean, well,
He's
Yeah.
still working on new Arco.
yeah, the new voice is in the works. I won't lie. It's a lot of work so far. So, you know.
Oh my god, I've missed it.
Me too. One of the highlights, Cake, you were doing a Pokemon stream, and you were explaining to your friends Arco, and you were doing the voice on the stream. I think I clipped it.
Oh.
Excellence. So.
First, I was afraid of hand holding, and now people are hugging. What's up with that? Thank you. I've been working on my Type 5. That's the plot twist. Arco is working on being a stand-up comedian.
Exactly.
Really bad.
With an American accent.
Oops, hold on.
Funniest shit I've ever seen.
So how about this airplane food? Am I right?
I hate you. You know what really grinds my gears?
That voice. Anyways,
Yes.
so we're here at the manor somewhere.
We are.
Darkness. Oh, there it is.
Mr. Varn, Mr. Vorm, do you have access to the Varn token?
I should. Give me half a second. I gotta. There we go. What the hell happened to my screen?
That was weird.
Oh, there we are. I was scrolled up too far.
Don't do
let's
that.
see. Actually, I don't see it on here. You didn't put it down, right?
No, I didn't. It is
Okay.
under it's under
Yes, I do have
characters. Yeah, I put it in
Yep.
here. Okay, great. Would anybody mind? I know we're getting to be 11:30. How about just a quick 5-minute break?
Okay.
Yeah, is that all right?
Yeah.
That works.
We are.
I gotta pee anyway.
We are just flying through content. This is wonderful. I'm very happy.
I will aim to stay conscious.
I had like a whole bunch of.
Actually, can we say like the party walks in, because I actually want to like talk to Ren privately. I would ask him to stay outside.
Well, Lucan wasn't going inside yet. He needs to get prepared.
Yeah, we can see you guys are just around the corner.
I mean, he's going into.
Well, then I can ask him to like stay by the stables. That's fine.
He's going in a tiny hut. He won't hear anything
Okay.
while he gets set up.
Completely irrelevant. So Deflator has a private conversation with Ren, whatever the circumstances.
Yeah. Because I don't really need a 5-minute break. So.
Okay.
Can
No,
I pull you off into the bone zone, Cobra?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow.
I don't think I have the power to pull you, so just like go.
I can go.
Okay. Wow. There we go. Okay, I don't know what they're doing. I'm just gonna run to the restroom, and I've got to set up one thing. Roll 20, and I'll just be 1 minute.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Like, just a giggle.
Sorry, I just on Reddit. I just saw a stupid thing. It's funny to me. I don't think anybody else would find it funny.
Okay, I'm back, and I am going to do something crazy.
What's the crazy?
Okay. Elaine, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool.
How are you today?
I'm okay.
Good.
I don't know. I was just being random.
I'm stealing Elaine for a second.
Okay.
Elaine, we're in the secret talk room. Hello. Can you hear me?
And they're fucking great. And now I have one in my room.
Elaine?
Because I definitely stole one from the set. There were 4 and now there are 3 because I have one.
Elaine,
That sounds like
you
a
still
good
there?
steal.
I don't know what happened to Elaine. She answered Lusanne and went into the secret talk, and then she disappeared.
Versailles.
You can still hear me, right?
I
Yeah.
still hear you.
Okay, weird.
Don't hear her.
Okay. Whoop.
They
Discord.
left. They probably.
Discord
Yeah,
problems.
there it is. Hello.
Hashtag Discord problem.
I don't see why dragging someone to a channel would like mess up their
It's
settings.
like everything just went. It disconnected me from everything.
Oh, sorry. Hi. I just had a question for you. Do you mind if I try again?
Why don't you just message it to me?
Okay, might be easier. I don't want to mess up your.
Because like everything went dead silent. I'm like, okay, and I couldn't get to the other channel either. So
Okay, let's not do that.
Dun dun.
I don't know if you want me to describe what goes on, but basically he's gonna go activate a tiny hut, draw a pretend teleportation circle, then dump out the bones, and start picking them up with skeletons and having them dress in all the clothes. So you'll never actually hear any bones clacking or any sort of sound coming from them. And you won't be able to see anything that looks like a skeleton or bones or anything sticking out. And you won't even be able to see their faces or their eyes. Their eyes will be far back into the clothes. Cover the illusion of the fact that they are just literally skeletons. With some increased HP. And also damage. Let's see. But I'll have 4 of them. So I got 4 skelly boys. With an increase of, with a grand total of, how much is it? It is, I can't math right now. 22 HP, an increase of 22 grand total of 22 HP. And what was it? It was, I think it added my prestige? No, it added my proficiency. Why the fuck did I say prestige? So, 1d6 plus 6 damage. For each one of their hits. And I command them with a bonus action.
Nice.
Yeah. go ahead and tick off those 2 spell slots. And keep them ticked off forever.
Which 2 again?
Well, for these 2, I'm just doing third level spell slots.
Oh. It's in regards to the Wink army?
Yes.
Wink, nudge, nudge.
Yes.
Hey,
That's
Justin.
Say again?
No, I was gonna ask Justin a question. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
What level are we starting at?
In the Vigilante's return,
Yeah.
11. So if your character is level 10, which I think is what we ended at that
just up a level?
campaign, you guys can bump up to 11. It has been 3 years, so a decent number of you have still been active doing things. Just at a
We
much
can't be
lower
like
scale.
level 16.
Tempting, but no.
Oh, fine. Just make us level 20. It'll be.
Well, I thought about it, but no.
Look, if I make you guys level 20, then that's gonna make the planned amount of content that I have for it go from maximum 10 sessions to like 20 sessions. Because like the amount of, or it could drastically reduce it. I don't know. So, but I'm keeping it chronologically.
No, fair enough.
A fairy transmutation wizard. Still gotta figure out what the fuck I want to be.
I mean, if you want to do the divination thing, if you really want to do that, let me know, because based on the character concept, an easy in to what might be happening.
Okay. I mean, it's either that or it'd be the transmutation wizard.
Yeah. Well, I need to know because it'll determine what I tell you about the start of things.
Gotcha.
Because either you're gonna, if you do the divination dude, then you'll have a possible easy connection to, plot points. Or you can, if you go the transmutation route, we might have to work more as a having some sort of connection to somebody in the city, to the city itself, having more of a vested interest in the city rather than the plot.
Gotcha.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, that does make sense. At that, I probably would just go with the divination. I just gotta figure out what race I want to be. That's a tough one. I mean, I could be the one that has complete control of all of the dice, the halfling.
Well, if your halfling rolls are anything like Cobra's halfling rolls in Vigilantes, halfling luck will never come up.
But I am also divination.
Yeah, he never rolled a 1 on any ability check or attack roll or saving throw or anything like that where it like really fucking mattered. And, honestly, I don't even know if he rolled. Well, no, yeah, he never had to use it, and I don't think he ever, like, he might have rolled that one at one point. But I think he, like, yeah, you know what, it's fine. I don't care to use it right now.
I might be I can't fucking say this word. The word has gone out of my head. A satyr.
Oh, a satyr?
Satyr?
A satyr.
So a lot of the Fae type creatures, likely, because remember this is also an urban setting.
Oh, gotcha.
And there are certain races in my world that are exceptionally rare. So like a lot of the Fae creatures, like the satyrs, the centaurs. I mean, you could, but probably
Satyr
not the
divination wizard. He just knows where to be when he needs to be there.
Yeah, it's just probably not for like our or like fairy or whatever.
I'll stay away from the Fae.
Yeah.
If you...
Yeah, because like the way the world works, they definitely will not be found in cities without a without very, very good reason, and even then, having one of them around is going to be kind of a big deal too.
He has a hat on and some really big pants.
Would centaurs wear pants like this or like this?
So we're gonna back.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Hi. So after some time, Ren and Deflator walk back in. We'll walk into the house.
Okay. Give me
They
one.
changed the shader. I can't think of
Shader.
this.
The Shatter Kai.
No, the Shatter Kai. Yeah, they
Yeah, they-
changed the Shatter Kai.
Yeah, they're broken.
Yeah. Teleportation with a fucking resistance to all damage.
Leg.
Yes.
Are you sitting down?
Am I sitting down?
Yes.
Oh wait, is everybody sitting down?
Well, I stand up sometimes.
Do you mean am I sitting down right now?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sitting down.
Excellent. So. Let me try to, or I have 35 tabs open. Hold on. Let me close some of these. Those are rookie numbers. We got to get those up. Oh my god. Okay. Get rid of that and get rid of that. What the hell page am I supposed to be on? Okay, great. So as you enter, let me just do a quick polygon reveal, which I try to.
Dun,
Yeah,
dun.
I'll eventually open all this up. Don't worry. As you enter, obviously, Ren and Deflator hang outside for a moment, but as you enter, you would see Aylis walk in, and standing there, coming around the corner, you would see a female human, looks about mid-40s. She's got pale, freckled skin, dirty blonde hair, sort of trimmed short, hazel eyes. She comes up to Aylis and she says, well, it took you long enough. And Aylis says, I'm sorry, Lorelei. We ran into some old friends. And she gestures to you. And Lorelei, she sort of takes her spectacles and she eyes you over and says, I think we should have enough room. Where did you find this lot? And she says, oh, they were just hunting.
Oh, walk.
Yes, yeah, walk. Yes, near the forest. Just looking for wild game. And she sort of gives you a look.
Hello, Lai.
So Varn, may I drag you in?
Yep.
So Ren and Deflator are over here for the moment. Would Octavian and Versailles and B enter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcomed in.
Yeah, I'm just gonna drop you in there if it's cool. Adney, of course, will follow, and then yes, and then Oh, I'm sorry, Lucian, your token was way over there. Lucian, you're
setting up the skeletons.
excellent.
It's gonna take a little bit of time, so
That's-
I'm gonna be outside.
That's not sketch at all. Great.
I did say that it would take a while to summon the men.
There's
Ren,
a painting. It's
Ren,
alright.
yes. Ren and Deflator, when you feel enough time has passed, just do as you will. And she would say, well, she'd say, well, you're quite welcome here. And at this, a beautiful, looks like a wolf dog with a coat of rich browns and grays, bounds around the corner, runs up to Lorelei, sort of does a couple of zoomies around her before coming up to greet the others. And she's going to reach down and sort of scruff him up a little bit. And she would say, she's going to ruffle his fur and say, oh, Ollie seems to like you, doesn't like strangers much usually. It must be a good sign.
I scramble back behind everybody.
He's like, keep him away from me! That thing's evil!
It's a dog.
It's as big as I am. It's evil.
I'm entirely not interested in this conflict.
I would like to get some rest.
Yes.
We were coming here hoping to speak with Lord Killian. Is he available?
Lord Killian. And she sort of gives a look and says, Lord Killian is in negotiations with Mother Darrigan on some new trade routes from here to Gion. Should be available tomorrow.
Then, if you would be willing to host us for a brief period of time, then we can wait.
Of course. If you just give me a moment, I'll show you to the drawing room. Would folks just give me 1 second?
You're good, man.
Okay, excellent. So she would. Let me just get my reveal tool. She would lead you down this hall. And if you'll give me 1 second. Yes, she would lead you down the hall into this room and say, please make yourselves comfortable. I'll just make sure that we have some rooms set up for you upstairs. And with that, Lorelei would hurry off down the hall to this staircase that you saw by the front, and you'd see her rush up it, looking as though she's quite busy. Like she's going to go start making some preparations.
Oh, is this a desk over in this corner over here?
It is, yes. Give me just 1 second here. I'm having a small
Take
roll.
your time.
Just a small roll 20 problem. It'll just be 1 second.
What's going on roll 20?
Oh, I just have too many tokens.
Oh.
Yeah, here we go. I got it though. Don't worry.
And sometimes if you're like switching between pages a lot, sometimes it can get a little bloated on the back end, so refreshing usually fixes it.
For sure.
Another thing I found, if you have a lot of pages that you don't use anymore, or you don't want to delete, you just right click, hit archive, and it gives you a little box that you can click on to view like archived pages.
Great.
So if you have a lot of old stuff that you don't feel comfortable deleting, you can do that.
So you set up a folder called like archive?
Well, you just right click on a page and it says archive item, and then it creates the archive folder, and then you can view all of the old pages and restore them at any time. But they don't take up space in your window.
Oh, cool.
Mm-hmm. I learned that a few months ago.
Yes.
I've been doing Roll20 stuff for a very long time.
Alice, as you're heading to the lounge room, she'd say that she's going to meet you in a minute. She's just going to bring some of these empty bags back to Tufa, and she'll be in a moment.
Okay.
And I got to do one more thing. So as you enter the drawing room, you would actually see a few different people. There's what looks like a half-elf standing in the corner next to, sitting in a chair next to where Varn has come. There is a young woman sitting on the couch. She's sipping a drink. And near the piano, you would see what looks like a dragonborn playing a tune, and he was singing a song actually. And as you all walk in, he stops and looks and says, "Some new friends. Any requests? I'm Kaldak the Bard."
Nope.
Yeah.
A gruff one, this. Looking at Ren.
He's just not very friendly.
Ah, Vaughn, you've returned.
Yep.
Any news from the outside world?
He hesitates and looks over at the half elf.
The elf peoples are running around again.
No,
Apart from that, they was in the forest, and apparently they got really big rabbits in there. They breathe fire.
large rabbits in the forest, you say?
They breathe fire. Bad.
The brief fail.
They breathe fire.
The brief fail?
They breathe fire.
Yeah. Ass.
At this horrible butchering pronunciation, that was the bard that said that, right?
Yes, Kaldak.
Okay. In the corner, you'll see a Warforged pipe up, and they'll say, "Kaldak, language isn't your strong suit. Why don't you play some tunes about Tyr?"
More tunes about Tyr again.
Always Tyr.
Oh, very well. And he's going to...
Tyr can go fuck himself.
He's good. Does Ren say this out loud?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Them's fighting words.
Those are fighting. Those are fighting words, my good man.
Well,
Yeah, that's what I said.
with all those Tyr assholes down in Hannon, ain't no love for him. You won't find any love for him here with me.
Fair enough. But I feel like I can change your mind if we spend any time together.
Good luck.
He goes on forever and ever and ever.
I serve the captain. I won't be serving Tyr anytime soon.
The captain, you say?
That's right.
Like, the bitch queen?
No, not that bitch. Captain of the way.
Ah.
It's Valkyr, right?
Mm-hmm. Good man.
Yeah, I just have Captain Louise. I don't have the actual god name written down, but I'm pretty sure it's Valkyr.
They're talking. Varn pulls his crossbow out, puts it onto the desk, and actually casts light and starts puttering with his crossbow.
Run kind of look at Octavian, like, what does the goblin do, booyog?
A very interesting question.
It's been a while. I had some learning to do.
Whatever pops your corn.
My corn? That's a good idea.
At this...
Whatever totes your goat.
Those stink, and I don't feel like carrying them around much.
If the Dragonborn would actually speak up at this and say, "Goat! Monmo hasn't been able to get goat for a few weeks. It would be wonderful. Have any of you got goat?"
Oh god, here he goes again.
Why are people so loud?
Each night it's been pheasant for dinner, again and again. I would love a lovely leg of goat.
Pheasant sounds lovely considering the journey we had.
Do they have any fish?
I think so.
Frankly, I'm tired of eating my own kind.
I'd eat a monkey. Same thing.
You ate a monkey?
Said I would.
The woman here, she takes a long sip of her drink and she sets it down and she says, please, I was listening to the music. It was very relaxing and now it's much less so. I think I will retire.
Bah, Felicia. Ryan does not say that.
Like, this is your other person, yeah?
Wow, calling me out.
I'm just
Rude.
saying. I mean,
Like
I
the-
also...
Oh.
I mean, did also, like, pop into, the campaign and saw that there was a new character that you made. I'm like, interesting.
Yo, what? I have that character hidden?
It's Safeguard. That's what it's...
Yeah.
You
You
have
can
a-
see it, but it's not.
Yeah.
That's lame.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, like, I can't view your character sheet, but I can see the people you have in here.
I should have taken him out of the campaign, I guess.
You,
And then put
either
him
that
back
or
in.
have him unassigned. If you put him unassigned,
Nah, you can see unassigned characters.
Mm-hmm.
You can't make him private.
You can't make
No.
unassigned characters private now, because
No,
I
you
can
can only
see
go
I
and-
can see Versailles, and technically I could claim Versailles, but I'm not going to because I'm
Oh, I
not a
think
dick.
one of them was a duplicate one that was a test build.
Well, I think you mean Elise Renaud we can claim.
You could.
Oh,
Good.
and now I'm back.
You could have claimed Isenbird at one point as well.
Oh God.
But,
Is a bird.
Isenbird was
Yeah,
great. He
but
had a great
the-
character arc. He had a redemption arc. I don't know what you
Yeah.
people want.
All we remember, hey!
Glad he's dead.
And that's mine!
But I can tell that this armored individual are they fully armored or?
They're a
are they-
warforged.
Okay, so I can like they have the helmet on. I can tell that they're a little bit
Yeah.
gonna look up. And
Actually, if you look at the neck, you can see that it actually looks connected, like fully.
Oh. You are strange. I have seen a construct of some sort.
Warforged. Built a long time ago.
Very interesting. I have heard some stories about your kind, but not all. I briefly traveled with someone who had a small mechanical dragon at his disposal.
A small mechanical dragon, huh?
Yes.
Did you guys notice the metal horse in the? I assume you went into the stables.
Ah, yes, we did notice that, but figured not best to get close.
Ah, well, that's mine. Similar to me, built in pairs.
And what is your business here?
Ah, well, I'm here on the Queen's order.
Which
Um,
queen?
The Queen of Hannonhold, obviously. What other queen could I be in service to as a oh so grateful worshipper of Tyr?
I don't know. I'm from the Sword Coast, so I don't know what the fuck is going on here.
Ah, far away.
Ellis, what's Adney's mother's name? I forget.
Ailswith, and actually at this, Adney might nudge Ren and say, you know, what are you doing?
What's that?
Like, what? She sort of nudges you and says, what are you playing at?
What do you mean?
She just shakes her head like she'll talk to you later. She confused at your last statement.
Well, I mean, Ren doesn't know if there's a Queen of Altair or, you know,
Oh, yeah,
anything.
Okay.
Well,
Based,
Ren
based
would-
on what's... Oh,
Well, I see Ren would whisper back to her, does that thing look familiar?
Yeah, 1 second.
While Alice is consulting lore, I'll say, last I understood, Aeloswith was Queen of Hannonhold. Is this who you refer to? No things are a
Correct.
little. Okay, good. So then you serve Tyr in the way that he is meant to be, and not the way that the Vigilant claim to serve him.
Frankly, the Vigilant should be purged from our lands.
I hold out
And
a
it-
hand.
And it pains me that I cannot be there.
Well, we have business, unfinished business with them. Witnessed the death of the abbot myself, though that has done little to stop them, it seems.
Yes, there's... The Archivist, supposedly, from what I've heard, has appointed a new abbot.
The abbot is dead. All hail the abbot. Do you know who this new abbot is? Is he merely just a talking head for the archivist? No.
You asked that to...
Yeah.
Yes.
Warforged boy.
I didn't know if their name had been said yet.
I'm waiting to see if Leg knows or not.
While Leg is conferring or checking her mic, Adney would nod to Ren, and she's eyeing the Warforged with some recognition.
Dun dun dun.
Cobra, I just saw Lorelai Gilmore. No! Did everybody DC?
No.
No.
Oh, okay. I'm like, everybody's so quiet for a minute.
Getting stuck on thing. It's like not actually letting her into the room.
Oh. Really?
Yeah. It's just shitty internet.
Yeah, I'm gonna delete Secret Talk, because I think that messed something up.
I don't know, would switching the chat server over to a
Yes.
different region maybe do something? I don't know.
Yes, just for flavor, the bard, at this point would have rotated in their seat away from the piano, picked up a lute, and now they are indeed playing a lovely instrumental, epic ballad about Tyr. I see Leg in the channel.
Yeah. Well, she's stuck on connecting, so like when you
Yeah.
load in and before it says well connected, it says like
Yes.
connecting in yellow.
Yes.
Where she's stuck. Jeez, my packet loss is going fucking crazy right now. Like, going
Yeah,
crazy
internet's
mode.
been weird today. My ping is way higher than it should.
Ah!
Hey, there you are.
Leggy Leg!
I return! I'm alive! I've seen horrible, horrible things. Things I should have never seen. Okay. Where did you lose me at?
I asked you, do you know who the new abbot is, or is he just a talking head for the archivist?
Oh wait, Leg.
No, as far as I know, nobody knows who it is.
So a talking head that does not speak.
But it is said, according to the Vigilant, that Tyr himself sits on the throne. Bullshit. The god can never enter the material plane.
Yes, because if they could, who knows what they might be able to do. I doubt Tyr would have very nice things to say to these followers of his.
Sorry, what'd you say? Hello?
Yeah.
What did you say? I didn't catch it.
Oh, me?
Yes, you.
Oh, I said, if Tyr could walk among us, I doubt he would have very nice things to say to these followers of his.
I would say he would crush them, but that would be blaspheming.
Then I suppose we'll have to do it for him.
Exactly.
Can I
Like
insight check the
like-
robot?
Yeah, you can insight check the robot.
The robot.
I thought you were the robot.
Wow, 24.
Also, wow, the robot. How racist of you. What are you trying to glean from the Warforged?
If they're full of shit. I mean, if they're honestly working for the Queen of Hannon.
Seemingly they are.
Okay.
Would Adney would likely tug at your robe, Ren.
Yeah, and Ren had asked, like, when she said that she did recognize him, Ren asked, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Oh,
She recognizes him.
I didn't hear you. She would try to pull you just very surreptitiously back, just a smidgen, and she would attempt to whisper in your ear something.
You know what? Safeguard, would notice this and look to the elf and the bard and ask them politely if they could step out.
The other two? Okay.
Yeah, like the people not in the party.
Yes, Calgar. 1 second. Kaldak. Yes, Kaldak would nod, knowing you well enough, and just quickly go around the room with their hat, looking for any coin for the performance. Very quickly.
I will...
Deflator would give him 5 gold coins.
Wow. Ah, my lady, you are far too generous. And with a very deep bow, Kaldak would indeed take his leave as this figure, who appears to be a half-elf, with a grumble, stands up and says, well, music wasn't very good anyway. I'll see you all tomorrow if you're still here. And he's going to come out this way and walk out through that door. And you are now alone.
That guy's a bit of a dick.
The half-elf.
Is that your favorite word?
Leg, you would know that.
No, it's a good one.
Yeah, that character. If you'd, you would know them as just being a little brooding, not specifically, And they have a. You probably know about them, and it'll come out at some point. Anyway, sorry.
We can come back to Ren and Adney.
Yes.
When they request that the two leave, Ren will just eye them.
Let me.
Did Adney want to say something?
Adney would have, just attempted to surreptitiously just draw you over to the side, and she would stand up on her toes a little bit and just whisper into your ear something. And she would whisper this. If anyone was focusing on them trying to eavesdrop, they could attempt to roll, but I think probably folks were listening to the... And this was... I think this was during... I'm going to say that they did this before you cleared the room. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
And then, yes, and then as she's finishing her sentence, perhaps Safeguard said what they said. But Eddie would whisper this to you. And then with that, she gets back down on her feet flat, and Safeguard clears the room. We continue.
I'd also ask, seemingly, because I know Varn has been here before, and, the other person's not here. Seemingly through context clues, he would also ask, Varn to leave.
No, my crossbow.
You have a room you can work on your bow in.
You make a very, very good point. It's quiet all up there. Okay, I go.
Thank you.
Collects all of his tools and his crossbow and heads upstairs.
Okay. Well, now that there's...
Sorry,
Okay.
I just wanted to cut it before you start. Do you think it'd have enough time to get all the skeletons all set up, DM?
Yes. By now, I would say. Yeah.
Okay. He would come to the door and just have one of the guards knocking. One of his guards knocking.
Okay.
Since he technically was not invited in.
Okay. Leg. Should we? Just because you were in the middle of something. Do you want me to resolve Lucien's bit first, or do you want me to put that on hold?
Go ahead and resolve his thing first.
Okay. I didn't want to be disrespectful.
I mean,
I know I have a new character and I'm excited, but like, it doesn't have to be the Safeguard show.
Well, yeah. I have a feeling something important was about to happen, but yeah, we can pause for a second. Lorelei would indeed open the door, and what does she see, Lucien?
she would see, he asked for 4. See 4 well-dressed men that look like they are carrying a short sword and a bow with some arrows on the back, and a dragonborn. Hello, I'm here with the Praetor.
Yeah, he's here with us.
Oh, is Varn going upstairs?
Yeah, he's about halfway up the stairs at this point.
And the goblin. These men are comrades. They don't need a ring.
Something about the way you said that just made me laugh.
She would say, you, Mr. Looking at you, Lucien.
Lucan.
You are friends with... What is a Praetor?
I think he goes by Octavian.
Oh, that brooding fellow.
The one in the
Yes.
fancy armor. That one.
Yeah, that one.
Well, they're in the drawing room. I'm just getting their rooms ready, and she sort of looks at your men and says, "I'm afraid we are rather full up at this point, but we do have some outbuildings behind the stables that are they have roofs."
Don't worry about them. They don't particularly need a place to sleep. They will be with me.
Yes,
They can come with me. That's fine.
All the same, I'm a bit uncomfortable letting armed forces in. Do you rather mind?
All right, that's perfectly understandable.
I do appreciate it.
Just tell me where you want them to go, and I will ask them to stay there for the night.
Yes, indeed. She would step out and just gesture, and there's a couple of very nice outbuildings. She would gesture to one that appears to be uninhabited.
Gotcha. I will nod at the building without saying anything out loud, and psychically tell each one of them to go and stay in that building, making sure no one steps in, and keep an eye on the house just in case anyone attacks.
Okay.
Have a hold this one. Hold this.
And he holds out an apple.
He will take the apple.
Okay,
Here's
hold
some-
it above your head, just so I don't hit him.
Did you want the wine?
I'm good for now. I'm in the
Okay.
middle of fixing the crossbow.
Okay. With that, he will walk his way in.
Lucien, can I have a perception check as you walk in?
Sure. As long as she doesn't stab me.
No.
Nope, I don't see nothing.
Poisoned your
Great.
drink.
Yep, seems like a normal place. She would lead you into the drawing room. Indeed, I feel like it would be just around. I feel like you probably, as Varn's leaving, you probably would not have seen the others, and I feel like you're coming in right at the right moment.
Does she go first?
She would simply gesture down the hall, and she would tap on. Noticing the door shut, it was open before. I think Varn, would you have shut it behind you?
Yeah, he would have closed it.
Yeah, so she'd notice that it was shut. Pause for a moment and simply give a knock and say, "I think your friends are in there."
I thank you for that, Miss Lore. Do I know her name?
Lorelai.
She did indeed. Yes, Lorelai. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Lorelai. I will go inside and see you later.
Yes, it's fine. I have to make up another bed, but I promise it'll be very comfortable. And she just
You can honestly put some straw on the floor, and I'd call it the most comfortable thing ever.
And Octavian and Versailles, you would hear, as Safeguard has cleared the room, you would hear a knock at the door.
One moment.
Is it you, Lucan?
It is me.
He is another traveler of ours. If you were to inform us of something, it might be best that he hear as well.
Well, as long as he knows everything that you all do.
We got them up to speed as we've been traveling.
That's fine. Let him in.
I'll open up the door.
Hello, Praetor. My comrades are here. They are going to be staying in the outhouse.
Good.
The outside building, not outhouse.
What if somebody needs to use it?
They're gonna be met with 4 very disgruntled guards.
Some of the safest shit you'll ever take.
Or the creepiest.
They sit down to go to the bathroom. There's 4 men standing around you, protecting you, with swords drawn. No one will ever disturb you.
Just watching intently.
You will walk in and
the creepiest, yeah.
sit down on the couch with little regard to the mood that's clearly being set in.
So,
And I will stop talking from there.
okay. So, I guess I'd like to break the ice first. And they'll stand up. And cautionally walk closer to Ren.
Does it seem like are they approaching Ren or Adney?
Both of you.
Ren would kind of like interpose himself a little bit.
Huh. Well then. I could never not recognize you. Though you, I have no clue who you are.
Ren, you would notice Adney sort of behind you. She's sort of shaking a bit, and then she's going to kind of burst out from your left side and move to embrace Safeguard.
Huh. I'm glad you're okay, kid.
She'd say, Safeguard, my friends, they just didn't know who to trust. They've saved my life more than once. You can trust them, I promise.
Well, I get the feeling that they're trustworthy. But your word is above all.
I can't believe you're here. How did you end up in this place?
Well, your mother was in contact with the Lady Siliquin and said that she didn't have you. So, and she needs you on Hannon back immediately.
Adney would actually, at this, her face goes a bit, she sort of screws up a bit, and she's actually going to look to Ren at this.
So that's not what I was told when I last spoke to the Queen.
You speak to the Queen?
In a matter of speaking, she told
6
me...
months ago.
Yes, she told me that...
Hold Alt when you're moving your token to move between the lines.
Yeah, I'm trying to get there.
She told me that she was to be in a safe place, and most likely to not keep her in Hannon at all, and that she was heading to Altair.
Well, things have changed. The political landscape is a lot more different. Has shifted, in a way, since you've been gone. And did I catch your name? Like, looking at Ren?
Would you let Adney cut in, Ren?
If she wanted to.
Safeguard, this is Ren. He came from the Sword Coast at my mother's behest. He's been very, very loyal to her, and I frankly don't know what I would have done without him. I'd still be in Aransport hiding from those horrible hags.
Ah!
Safeguard, did Queen Aelswith ever mention Jinpa Tsiogal, the Everdawn?
I think once or twice. Are you from that order?
I am. The Order of the Open Eye. He sent me here to aid the Queen and her daughter in any way I can.
Well, it seems that you've done that. And that you'll continue doing that until your work is done. Respectable.
That's the job.
Are you, I know that your benefactor, I guess, is part of the Black Veil. Are you?
I'd never heard of that before. I'm just one of his most accomplished students, one of the few that he taught the Radiant Soul to. He wanted me to personally assist the Queen.
Well, I think that, fuck, I don't know what to say. I think you've done a fine job at that.
So I'm assuming you said you were sent by the Queen. I'm assuming it was to find the princess.
Correct.
Well, you're welcome.
Right place, right time. The whole continent thinks you're dead.
Adney would look a bit shocked at this and say, I can't imagine what my mother's been through. Are you sure she's all right?
Well, as all right as she could be. Frankly, I'm worried without her first night being at her side, but
it's not really.
But I'm not one to refuse orders.
Safeguard, it's not really Tyr on my father's throne. It's impossible, isn't it?
Quite impossible.
It must be a trick of the archivist. He's bastard.
He belongs on the end of my lance.
And with the help of my friends, I know we can get it done.
This is why we are here, so that we can speak to this Lord Killian and get safe passage to what is it called? Erisarine?
Yeah, so that's just the port city, which is at the end of the river at the mouth of the ocean, right?
Yeah.
So that would be the the most logical port.
Yes. I'm trying to go to Eris Serene. That is where we have some allies with a ship that we will be able to take back to Provos. Meet up with the Queen, gather some allies for other tasks.
Wait. Before you continue this conversation, do you think it would be good to continue talking out loud where anyone can hear? If you want, I can set up a nice quiet space, but I do not think we should be speaking so openly about what's going on.
That would be wonderful.
Then please hold for 1 minute. Or 11 minutes. I didn't mean to like interrupt your guys' whole thing, but I was like, we're in the middle of like this house with some probably very thin walls. Probably don't want to be talking about overthrowing some people.
I will say that the room, the walls are definitely like heavy stone with wood for the doorways and the trim, but certainly, your concerns would be.
Well, I mean, the dome doesn't stop sound, does it?
Yes, it does.
Oh.
Huh.
Nothing inside or outside can be heard, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, it stops you from being seen and heard, as far as I'm aware, too. Yeah. It's like a smaller version of the, the Private Sanctum or whatever?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Private Sanctum allows you to not be detected by divination.
Yeah,
As well,
and it does a lot of other things too. It's a very, you can do like all of the
It- it-
effects.
no,
for,
the,
like,
the
everything.
spell makes no mention of sound.
Yeah, I was looking at it, I didn't see anything on Tiny Hut about that. I'm pretty sure
You can make it opaque so it can't be seen into.
Yeah. Well, to maybe save the sand.
With Ren's passive perception, is anyone listening to us?
Not that you can tell passively. Although there's a knock at the door.
Yes.
Who is it?
No, not that door. The other door. The outside door.
Hello, it's Lorelai. Your rooms are ready. Just let me know when you're ready to retire. There's no rush.
Appreciate it.
Is anyone
so
in
you
there?
can
Is anyone in there hungry?
Food would be lovely, but we are having a conversation. If you would let us wrap this up.
No, making new friends in there, Safeguard. I'll leave you to it. And you hear footsteps heading down the hall. And I'm sorry, Varn, you were saying?
Yeah, throw Varn in his actual room, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, yes, happy
So
to.
he's not standing on the stairs.
Yes. I was gonna say, let me think for a second.
Is B out in the hallway still, or is she in the room too?
Yeah, how's KKK doing?
I forgot about B.
Yeah, I'd probably come in eventually.
We're just in the corner, invisible.
Just Timo sat in the bush, became invisible.
Anyways, we were discussing.
Call me Treebeard.
And I think we
Because
are.
I can turn into a tree.
I do not think
Anyways.
I do not think we will find many allies of the abbots of the Vigilant this far to Altair. I have it, and we have it on good authority that at least one of the lords present here can be trusted.
Very much so. You mentioned that you guys have a ship.
We
Or friends with a ship.
formerly a ghost ship, but it served us well.
Ha! Well, I hope I'm not overstaying my welcome if I ask if I may join you guys. I know letting in a stray is, not everybody's cup of tea, but it would be nice to get back on the continent, especially now that my duty is done.
Hussein would actually crack up at that.
Well, we were planning on going that way anyways, so you're free to, as far as I am concerned, hitch a ride, as they say.
Seth, I didn't trust you this much. It's fine with me. And that's what we're calling her, is to not draw attention to who she really is.
Okay. That's a great idea, actually. Adney, I like the ring to that.
I had to...
said-
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you, please.
You said you were Queen Aelswith's first knight. Where were you at her husband's funeral, or his wake?
At her husband's funeral. I was investigating.
Investigating what?
We believe that...
He was murdered.
Yes.
Well, I will admit the abbot's little speech that he gave during before the festivities started did seem a bit rehearsed.
Indeed.
You have any inclination as to who might have been behind it, beyond suspicions?
No leads.
Well, regardless, the people who are making a mockery of your kingdom will be dealt with.
Hey, Alice, can you remind me how we came upon the knowledge that the abbot was working with someone that he was like someone dark that he was a little bit afraid of? Was that the telepathic conversation Ren had with the queen?
I think that was after the attack on the the shipment of Ix camp, and then we got information from.
I was muted, sorry.
Right. Yeah.
You are correct, Octavian, but Ren, you're also correct that when you met with the queen in the garden with the telepathic scroll, she did indicate, yet as you said, that there was a figure who the abbot was dealing with that he was very intimidated by. I have to go back and check my notes for the exact specific wording, but you were correct.
Okay. Safeguard. In your investigations, the abbot. What was the abbot's name? It was something lame, right?
Oh, yes.
Is it lamer than Leonard Fat Tusk?
What?
It's the name of one of the gang bosses in Vigilantes. Like, he was just known as Don Fat Tusk for most of the time, and then once they got closer and closer to the end of that plot thread, they learned that his first name was Leonard. Which I think was funny for a really short, round half-orc.
Leonard Skinnerd.
I found it.
Hooray!
You would remember, Ren, that the queen told you the abbot was taking orders from someone. I've heard him make mention of someone, a woman, I believe. I wish I knew more. He said, if we can get you to the Mythalical, you can secure safe passage. I will not leave. If I flee, it will leave my people in the hands of the abbot, and whatever it is he fears, is what she said. And then I'm trying to find that name.
That's not important.
Yeah, I think it was the archivist. The archivist. I'm just trying to find that article. The archivist has a lame name.
Hey, Ramsey, in your investigations, did you find out anything about who the abbot was working for? Someone he was intimidated by? A woman?
Sorry, you said something to me and I spaced out.
In your investigations, did you find anything about who the abbot was working for? Someone that was intimidated him, I believe it was a woman.
I only have a nickname Old Gran.
Fuck.
I knew it.
I've encountered this name before. Did you say something?
I said you have? Question mark?
Oh, yeah, you kind of roboted there for a second.
Yeah, I know. Fucking shitternet, man.
Was, I believe, Ren, when we were dealing with some ghosts of your past, yes?
Yeah, I believe so. That's what. Was that what Doc did mention? Old Gran. Oh,
I think it was Doc. It was either
Yep.
Doc or Devil.
Devil just said like Cobra and ran away.
Oh, yeah.
Tiger.
Yeah, no, I think it was Doc, because those were really two
Cobra.
people who met face to face. Cobra! Sorry.
Oh my god.
This is what you want, Ren. You remember, you actually have in your inventory, Ren, you have Doc's journal, unless you've thrown it out.
I do. I still have.
Yes. Let me just refresh you. Thank God I keep all these notes. So you would have.
God, I'm a lore nerd.
I'm glad I'm glad folks pay attention to the minutia, because oh god, your message is too long. Get nitro. How about no? Hold on. Oh my god.
Just set it in roll 20.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. Well, here's the important bit, and I'll send you the rest in a file. I'll put the rest in a Word file. Okay. You have everything now, Cobra.
Okay, cool.
Is anyone waiting on me?
No.
I think so. I mean,
Well, okay. Sorry. I am not. I've been speaking with Versailles.
Okay.
I was just looking at the journal.
Yeah, there's a lot there.
So yes, we're gonna say, Doc, his journal mentions that Beast made a pact with Old Gran.
Odd. I'm sure something will come of it when we're back on the continent.
whoop.
No, that wasn't an accident. I was talking with Ellis about it.
Yeah, I think we'll say that it doesn't completely block sound, but it certainly diffuses it a bit. A slight muffle.
Okay.
So everyone can,
Yeah.
you don't even need to all be in here. It's just
Yeah.
the regard.
Yeah, if someone was in the room, they might have a hard time hearing, but certainly it could help a bit.
Anyone outside the room is just gonna hear.
Yeah, Charlie Brown's teacher. Like, how tall is Safeguard approximately?
Safeguard is 6'3".
Wow. How tall's B?
B is 6'8", 6'9".
Right. Yeah, you would have to duck as you enter.
Actually, B might actually hit her head.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a close to an 8-foot ceiling, but to get through the doorway, yeah, you'd have to duck a smidge.
Oh wait, no. I was like, furbolgs have the ability of changing their weight or size. They just
could.
appear to have the ability of changing their size. If I'm not mistaken.
It's an illusory appearance.
Never really understood it myself.
I view it as like you yourself become invisible, but then you have like a 3D model rigged to your movements that it overlaps your space. That's how I always see like how disguise self works and stuff like that.
Yeah, I could definitely see that.
So if you have Witch's Sight, can you see both of them dancing around at the same time?
Technically, no, you would see their true form, but
Oh.
I mean, it's up to DM because I played with the DM that we always saw the true form of whatever it was in the true sight. So if we ever saw somebody like pretending to be a dragon, we would just see a dragon clipping through the ground and everything.
Wow.
We did it in Curse of Strahd, and there was like a cage full of were-ravens. All we saw was just people clipping through the cage. It was the weirdest thing. Just like, the fuck's going on over there?
Damn, when did we walk into a Bethesda game?
Pretty much, that's exactly what went in through my brain. It's either Gmod or Bethesda game.
How long have they been in the other room conversing?
It feels like 20 minutes.
20 minutes or so? Okay. I was gonna say, if it's been hours, noises might be heard.
Oh.
You think that they are in league? Well, we are certain that they are in league with the former abbot, and you know that they are in league with Ren's old crew.
I'm
You
guessing.
know where they are, where they might be operating from.
I would be surprised if this old Gran is the one that imprisoned your empress or whatever she is, and is the same one that made that doppelganger unicorn.
But we said that Grosti was empty, and that's where we saw her. Aelsarin and that tower are linked.
Well, it's also been 6 months.
That is also true.
Then the question is old Gran working for Nire, which I doubt given that she's a force of darkness, or is she just a side effect of the Shadowfell bleeding into our world to counteract Nire? It makes sense if she's been here a long time, if she's the one that disappeared. But I don't know her name. Terrason?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. If she disappeared Terrason a decade ago, then she's been at it a long time.
Adney would ask Safeguard, Safeguard, have you heard any word from Ambassador Siligwyn? We had rather a run-in with her before we became lost in that forest.
Sorry, not to interrupt. Well, I am interrupting, but I'm sorry for doing it. Did I get a response on my message?
Oh, yes. Yeah,
Sorry, I didn't mean to ask that, but I kept forgetting.
Safeguard will simply say very quickly that I spoke to her directly, and she didn't have any information that was useful to me, so she wasn't a fan of talking.
I can't imagine. I mean, she worships her mystics, but I can't imagine that she would be in league with someone like this Gran.
Doubtful.
Ren, there's a buzz in your pocket, and this is what you hear. I love it.
Just a pager.
Okay. Well, I still have some limited contact with her. When we exited the forest, I sent her a message telling her where we were heading. She didn't respond if she would be there. She told us things we already knew.
Troublesome.
Well, it's 25 words on the dot.
Yeah, I counted.
Regardless of who is truly behind these problems that we're facing across these lands, none of it changes what we need to do in the immediate.
Yes, Safeguard, maybe you know why do we need this permission from this person to go down the river? Why can't we just go?
No clue. Actually, would I know?
Yeah, probably. Safeguard, you would understand that with the situation in Altair, travel, and with the situation on Hannah specifically, travel and trade are being monitored and controlled, and certainly certain permits have been sold and traded, and they're a hot commodity. So, they represent power right now. Power and money, the folks who are permitted to trade more freely. And that includes moving ships, cargo, passengers through the waterways.
I'll just relay that to them and say like it's a trade thing.
Wonderful. What's this guy's name? Killian or something?
Lord Killian, that's just what we know. Right? I haven't heard anything else besides that?
Correct. I don't think you've asked too much.
Yeah, is this Killian an amenable fellow? Does he respond to niceties or threats?
You're asking Safeguard?
Yeah.
Safeguard, you would have met him in passing, and you would know that he's very interested in coin. He's very, very rich, and he has obviously a title and lands in Altair, and vast business interests, and he is very preoccupied with his new girlfriend, who you'd see him sort of flouncing about the manor with when he's here.
Ah. Well, he talks money. So I hope you have money.
Well, greedy men are motivated by very little, so we can at least use that as leverage.
B, you're loaded, right? You can cover this.
I mean, it depends on what you need. I got some.
I got leaves.
I got flowers. Yeah, I got some.
I got
flowers.
special dirt. Like regular dirt.
I mean,
special.
I do have multiple kinds of dirt. I got some really nice rocks here.
Some are shiny.
Here, he's like digging through her bag, like pulling like different rocks out. I got some leaves. I got some. Oh, well, actually, you guys can't have that. That's mine.
Those are my special herbs.
Hey.
It's in the other pouch.
He looks at you. He says, "Hey, don't worry about what they are. A doctor recommended it."
Dr. Barry Blue Jean.
I don't know. I would feel like I would have some shiny like rocks or gems of some kind on my person. I'd have some like quartz and like lapis. Yeah, these are my crystals. I actually had to leave them out in the moonlight to charge last night. I'm very into crystals and meditation.
Called Reiki or something, right? Crystal healing.
Did you need some money?
If Lord Killian is not amenable to altruism, then we can at least play to his business sensibilities. Likely ever restrictions on trade and travel that are in place, likely causing problems with business. And a good way to stop those would be to end the conflicts that are causing them. And that's what we aim to do.
So is that a no to you need money?
We'll see.
Well, we haven't gotten the price tag yet, so let's wait and see. Plan B.
Okay. Just make sure you ask.
I pull out the bag of beans and it's like, perhaps you would be interested in magic beans. Who knows what you could do with these?
God, you still have those?
Yeah, I totally forgot that I was gonna throw them into the ocean when we ended last campaign. So I still have them.
You still have the beans?
I still have the beans.
Oh no!
I'm waiting to find like a person who actually owns like a magic shop who would actually want to buy them. Because so far we've just met a couple of yahoos that kind of know what magic items are.
Do you want me to identify
so
what the
glad.
beans do?
No, I know what they do.
But you haven't dropped them.
I think I somebody in Aaronsport identify them or something like that. But they weren't interested in buying them.
They cause a lot of problems in Provost.
Yeah, they did. I almost got eaten by young Boulette. Good thing that they didn't pull out the one that creates a pyramid with a mummy lord inside of it.
Yeah.
Wait, what? You have one of those?
Yeah, that's one of the effects. That's one of the effects on the bag of beans.
Good, keep that. I'm gonna need that. I don't know what you know about the Necromancer class, but he has an ability much later on that allows him to take control of undead creatures for indefinitely if they have an intelligence of less than 12. Mummy Lords have an intelligence of 11.
Is it?
Well, either way.
Mummy Lords also have the ability of animate dead.
Oh god. It's like summoning fairies and having them summon, like, fucking
More
fairies or whatever.
Correct. That's how you maximize the Necromancer, is if you find a Mummy Lord. But as soon as you said that, I was like, what? Keep that. I want that. Later. But I want that.
Well, I don't say that, I just, you know.
I'm telling that to you. Not in character. To you.
I got you. Oh, I gotta get lucky in the, the D100 roll.
Good point. I need divination.
So, either way, we will not know what we need to do until we speak to the man. Safeguard, how long have you been in service to the Queen?
As long as the Queen's been the Queen.
What did you do before then?
I didn't exist.
Yes, it was before I was born, but you were a gift at their wedding, weren't you, Safeguard?
Correct. I was built to be her first knight.
Who built you?
No clue. Never asked.
I think I heard that you were constructed in Avis, but I don't know by who. Adney would say.
Couldn't be the current archivist. They are too young, right?
A lot of people who tinker there are too young.
Yes,
And
and
it was Bafflestone.
Maybe. Was the Bafflestones?
Varn might. Oh, Varn's not here. Varn might be able to recognize gnomish construction if he saw it. I don't know.
Safeguard's too tall.
Yes.
Well,
Where do you think they get to the things on the top shelf?
Damn.
well, Safeguard, glad to have you along. Hopefully we can.
I am also happy to be along.
You don't look that long.
Always use another strong swordsman up front.
Oh.
I tend to be alone at the front lines very often.
Well, you'll still likely be alone at the front lines.
Oh, you are not a sword wielder.
I have an axe and a shield, and I use it when I have to. But I'm a lot more civilized, I believe. I'm a cavalier.
It's like a good class.
Huh? I am a paladin.
Oh, are you a paladin cavalier combo?
No, I am
Oh.
a paladin.
Oh.
Who happens to ride
Like, who happens to ride a horse? I have the feet for it.
Oh. Wanted combatant? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Nice. Oh, okay. Neat. Well, do you mention that you're a cavalier, right?
Yes.
Ah. Well. Ren is good, but can trample down our foes to be quite intimidating. Especially if they are riding a mechanical horse, which I assume is your mount.
Yes.
I personally love cavalier warriors, fighters. Sorry.
Not a fighter.
What are you?
I'm a paladin.
You're. Oh, got it. Sorry.
Yeah, they just have the feet.
Ah, okay, my bad.
Yeah, kind of like how I'm not technically a full paladin. I'm actually more of a fighter than I am.
He's more of a
paladin.
fighter, and he sounds like a paladin.
Yeah, exactly. It was always my intention to go paladin at some point. I just had to have a good narrative point for it.
I do.
That's why I held off on taking my oath. 'Cause I didn't feel like it was narratively relevant yet.
I do like people who actually take the time to think that through.
Oh yeah.
Some people are like, I'm a warlock, I'm a fiend warlock, but I'm also a paladin. Can you explain how that would have happened?
Yeah. Like I'm all cool with multiclassing, but like weird options, you gotta justify it somehow. Anyway.
How did the druid become a cleric? What the hell's going on there? Got very religious suddenly.
Nature cleric of Alona.
Cheater.
But if you're gonna go druid cleric, why not just stick to one or other? You're gonna do better at your
Right.
job either way.
True.
Now you're just dipping into two things that do effectively the same thing, just with some slightly different flavor.
One thing I definitely could see would be a hexblade warlock paladin.
Yeah, hexadins. Yeah, hexadins. We saw how fucking crazy they could be.
They can be so fucking crazy.
Ford.
And even narratively can make sense.
Yeah, I mean that's what Ford was in campaign 2. I think they ended that at level 16, and he was like a pretty even split between hexblade and paladin. Fucking crazy.
At this, there's actually a clawing at the door.
What?
The dog.
Oh.
B, you would hear a clawing and hear a familiar whimper.
Hey, I think that little buddy wants to come inside.
By all means, I don't think we're going to be leaking our plans.
All right. Yeah, I'll reach over and open the door real quick.
As you open the door, this wolfhound bounds in past you and starts doing zoomies around the room, snarfing against the couch, and then flops on its back on the couch, looking for belly rubs.
I gladly get them all.
I insight check the dog.
The
Dog was a trap.
yes, he's wondering. Yes, he's wondering if he is a good boy who deserves pets. With the door open, Lorelai runs in, and she says, "I'm so sorry, Ollie. Ollie, come here, boy. Stop bothering our guests."
You're worse than the goblin.
It just wants attention.
She'd say, "Your room's all ready, but the kitchen. I could have Monmo make you some cold sandwiches, or perhaps something like some fruit. Anything at all?"
Nothing for me. I'm going to turn in.
Yes, something small. A lot to take in from our conversation, and
Would you like it here or upstairs?
send it to my room. I need to take all this armor off.
Yes. Right this way, and she offers to lead you upstairs.
Well,
Anyone who's heading in that direction. Safeguard, I believe you probably... Are you staying in the manor? Or are you staying...
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if you were staying near your steed. So certainly heading up these stairs, if you'll jump to the top. Jump! Oh, I just broke everything.
Yes.
Yes, coming up the staircase.
Ah, there it is. Okay.
You would see 2 rooms made up, and there is a figure who is standing on the balcony with the door open, and Lorelai would say, Lady Falway, you're still up. I hope we didn't disturb you.
God, it'd be so difficult for us to disturb you. We
Yes.
were muted.
Am I muted?
No. We were muffled.
Oh,
That was-
yes.
Yeah. Sorry.
And she'd say, Lorelai, you've been working far too hard today. Why don't you turn in for the night? I'll show our guests the room. And she'd say, my lady, of course. And Lorelai would scurry back down the steps. And this figure, who is an elf, looks like she has traits of both moon and wood elf. Actually, this is a strange complexion. She looks to be about mid 50s in human terms. You're not sure how old she is in elven terms. She has pale skin with coppery undertones, deep blue eyes, and she has long black hair with brassy shimmers. She's about 5'7" with a slender build. And she'd say, I heard we had guests. And with this, she takes out of her pocket a vial of blue liquid, and she just downs it. And she reaches for a carafe of wine on the side table. She places 2 fingers on her temple. She says, I hope the rooms are satisfactory. We never turn away travelers if we can avoid it.
Appreciate the hospitality. We've had a rough go of it for the last leg of our journey.
Yes, where are my manners? My name is Fawe. I am a teacher here. I instruct anyone who's interested in our arts.
Those being?
One second.
Simple curiosity.
Yes. Yes, she would say.
While you're searching, I'll introduce them and say, and I am Octavian Calentius, by the way.
Realize, how long have we been here at this location?
Oh, probably about an hour at this point.
No, I mean, Alis and I.
Oh, I'd say that you met with Bafflestone, and and it took you probably a few weeks to get to Eris Serene. and then you followed Bafflestone's instructions, being very careful along the way. I'd say you've probably been in Altair trading here a little over a month, maybe 6 weeks.
Right.
And
So I would know where this whatever it is, balcony is.
Yes.
What time of night is it right now?
I think it's probably approaching 10 p.m.
And how long have we been at the manor?
What do you mean?
Like, how long have we been at the residence here?
How long have you and Aylis been staying in your room?
No. How long have we, as the party, how long have we been?
Oh yeah, I mean,
here all together.
Yeah, it feels like about an hour.
About an hour or so.
Yeah, maybe less. 45. I mean, it's hard to say.
If it goes and gets to the point where a half an hour has gone by, let me know.
Another half hour?
Yep.
Okay. She would say, we have long studied different arts of herbalism and some alchemy, certainly some light touches of the arcane. Anyone is welcome to study here at our coven, regardless of race, rank, or class. And our students come from all different races. And we also have workers. They're not magically gifted, but they need some place to stay. We try to welcome all.
Well, inclusivity is the breath of fresh air, given the places our journey has taken us.
With this, she would say, I heard that you were asking after Lord Killian.
Yes, we require his permission to travel down to what's it called? Erisarine.
Yes.
Erisarine.
She'd say, yes, I've heard word from Mother Daragon. She will return tomorrow. She's actually hosting something of a small supper party for a captain of a frigate that she and Lord Killian have hired to protect their trade vessels to the sea. I'm sure they would be glad to have you join, and you could certainly book passage to the city where you could meet with your own ship if you have one. And you would have a strong...
The
Yes.
name of this captain or ship?
No, it's someone who Mother Daragon has been working with for a while. These captains, they're charging quite a bit of coin these days to protect the trade routes. It's really a shame because we don't have the budget. We simply don't have enough coin for it, but such is the way of the world these days. We do survive mainly on donations. Mother Daragon herself, this was her home, and she's turned it into something of a refuge for those in need.
We appreciate the hospitality.
She's going to hold her head sort of lightly. She closes her eyes for a minute, and she takes a sip of wine. And she says, "Of course, if I'll ask Monmo to send up a light meal. And please, these two rooms," and she gestures to this door and this one, she'd say, have been made up for your party. Make yourselves comfortable.
I appreciate it.
And with that, if there's nothing, unless anyone asks her anything, she would return to the veranda.
Did Ren come up with this, or was he not present here for this?
Depends if Adney went up.
Oh, certainly, yeah. I mean, unless you stopped her, I'm sure she would head up. And Safeguard, I assume, you could go up and continue talking, or I believe you would have,
Jess is here.
Oh,
I
sorry.
just realized I was muted.
Yes.
I said Lucien would actually step up to say something to her.
Yes, of course. And I was just going to say, Safeguard would have their own accommodations and another wing. But yes, Lucien, of course.
You said you are a teacher of the arcane?
For my part, yes.
What do you specialize in?
Elena, you still here?
Yes, you have the notes.
What does she specialize in? Hold on.
I sent you the notes out.
Oh, I've got it.
Go.
Yes, I mainly divination, healing, and of course history. think is very important for the new generations.
That would be divination, necromancy, and history.
Yes.
Most healing in this.
He would actually say that out loud. He'd say that'd be divination, necromancy, and
Most healing in this edition is evocation.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, the reviving is necromancy. Not bad. So it'd be healing or divination, evocation, and just history. Those are good things.
As well as she did mention herbalism.
Ah, those are very good things to teach. I myself am a practicer of the arcane.
Ah, excellent.
So
Perhaps
if you need any.
Yes. No, I was just going to invite you. We do have a class tomorrow. You could be a guest lecturer. I'm sure some of the students would be fascinated.
Sure, I could do that.
If we have the time.
Of course.
We are on a bit of a schedule.
What was your name again? She's
Lucan
asking.
Draco.
She holds out your hand and she says, "Professor Lucan, well met."
And to you as well, and he will shake her hand.
Yes, excellent.
And with that, he will turn and walk towards the room Versailles just ran into. Have a good
Professor.
night.
Good night, Professor.
Good night, Praetor. Or should I call you Thief Praetor? He'll say that with a wry smile.
Not everybody else is doing it.
Yes.
I stole it first, so I don't blame you.
Yes.
If Ren is, we determined, is Ren up here because Edney came up as well?
Yeah, I mean, unless you stopped her, Ren, Edney would certainly be grateful for a good night's sleep.
Yeah, and I say Ren would stop her. If she goes up, he goes up.
Okay, great.
Well, if he heard all that, and I just want, when she walks away, I just look at him real quick and go, something about that mention of a captain charging hefty coin for safe travels doesn't sit well with me. Call me paranoid.
That's weird. You're usually so trusting of literally everybody, regardless of how long you've known them.
Not to say I'm turning over a new leaf. I'm learning my lesson.
Good. You're far too old to be so fucking naive all the time.
I'm used to taking orders. Listen.
Look, I'm not worried about any captain.
If it is yours.
No.
Sorry, that got me off guard.
We're to have healthy suspicion given our track record as of late.
Suspicion, sure, but no. If the beast was involved, there'd be a lot of bodies.
Could be a good
Or
cover.
Lack of bodies, probably, with all the kidnapping.
Well, just expect the unexpected, and if my suspicions are right, you can count on my support. I will not let that person leave alive.
Buddy, that's the beast. We'll have the rest of them with them. And if that's the case, we're in trouble.
We did take down a dragon of some sorts.
I'm just saying, the beast could literally just crush your skull in his hand.
It did crush a butterfly and two fairies. Or pixies, whatever they were.
Hey, Vorn, we can hear that.
You're welcome. Education.
I was
It's
learning
education.
a lot. Yeah, thank you.
From Barnes' room.
First, he has to have hands to grab. I know that's certainly seems like an intimidating sword. I'm not one to back down from a challenge. I think you know this too well.
It's not the beast, Octavian.
Okay. Here's a cookie.
Fair enough. Just thought I would bring it up.
I didn't mute myself, did I?
No, you did it.
Cookie is the name of my cat.
Okay.
And here I thought you were giving them cookies for behaving.
To this room. Since Annie is there, so that's where Ren will be. And I don't think Ren and Octavian should be sleeping in the same room.
Yeah, just for, I mean, obviously the map is the map, but, I'm assuming that they're, extra,
Yeah, it's furnished differently.
yeah,
obviously.
extra twin beds and stuff. Bedrolls, whatever
Octavian
you
probably
need.
gives self-righteous speeches in his sleep.
He gives out swordsmanship instructions. You hear him doing efforts.
Ren, as you're heading into the room, I assume, you'd notice that the door to the veranda is slightly ajar. So you're not sure if the Lady Faway would have picked up on any of that.
Oh, so is this a fountain?
Yes, there is indeed a water feature.
That looks really cool. Also, I like how you called it a water feature.
I love this map. Yeah.
Not a fountain, it's a water feature.
So you said there's more than 2 rooms, right?
Yeah, so you would notice that there are also doors here and here. You were given these 2 rooms over here, and there was quite a few doors downstairs that you would have noticed.
Oh, okay, but it's these 2 rooms that were given to us.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Lorelei said that she was able to make them up quickly.
And Safeguard has their own room, correct?
That's what you inferred. Yeah, I think Safeguard would have gone somewhere on the first floor. This being the second
I guess
floor.
if we're splitting in half and 3 already went there, then Ren would eventually be in this room with Dee and Ed.
Yeah, as you come in, Addie's already laid down. She's already asleep.
Oh, I guess the fleet isn't next.
She's exhausted.
Ren would kind of walk out to the veranda.
Oh. Faway takes a deep sip of wine, and she sits in this chair here. And she'd say, do you need some fresh air to clear your head?
I've had plenty of fresh air for the past couple weeks.
You came from where did you come from, if you don't mind my asking?
We were lost until we were found.
Well, being found does tend to help people unlose themselves.
It's been helpful. Old friends.
Yes. She'd say. Oh, go ahead, Ren. I'm sorry.
No, I was not saying you guys.
Oh, I was just gonna say. She would say, when you retire.
Stop being nice.
Yes. When you retire, do forgive any shouting you hear. Across the hall, there's a gentleman who's convalescing. He seems to have. He's having some troubles. There's quite a few people here convalescing, actually. Sometimes when certain individuals have maladies that affect their mind, they might come here for treatment, and that's something that we try to help the best we can with our herbs and tinctures.
Yes, Elise mentioned that you were taking in the ill.
Oh, you're friends with young Alis, isn't she? Just a breath of fresh air.
She's always been very sweet.
Yes. Sometimes perhaps a little too sweet. It can be too much sweetness can be cloying at times.
Yes, I don't know. My life lacked sweetness for a very long time, so I appreciate what's there.
She gestures to the carafe and says, wine?
No. Thank you, but I need to keep a clear head. Wine's not my drink anyways.
I understand. I've rather been having some trouble sleeping of late.
Anything particular? Or everything going on in the world?
Yes, I think we all have our individual stresses and anxiety these days.
Yeah, that's true.
When Mother Daragon's not here, I'm put in charge of a great many administrative duties. I have my own duties day to day, but
Paperwork, am I right?
Yeah, some days it's a bit much, the weight of it all.
Things always used to seem simpler, didn't they? 5 years ago, 10 years ago, whatever it is. Well, maybe a couple 100 years ago for some of us.
It did. Ever since the fall of Vanador, things seem to be getting more and more complicated each year.
How long has Ren been on the islands?
I mean, was it the first time at the funeral for the king? Was that the first time he had been here?
Well, Ren wasn't even there.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry.
Canuck.
Yeah, that's right.
Honestly, like we met Ren like right after that.
Yeah, it was like 2 days. And that was like early in the 10th month, and I feel like the first campaign took place over about a month. Okay. So yeah, maybe at this point, like 6 weeks or so.
I'll take your word for it. I've only been here a few 10 days.
Really? In Altair? Are you from Gion?
I'm from near Baldur's Gate.
She sort of had her eyes kind of half closed, sort of gazing off the veranda. At this, her eyes kind of go wide, and she looks right at you and says, "The Sword Coast."
That's right.
Well, you've come a very long way for a bit of cheese and bread.
Yes, well, it's good cheese.
If what I heard about what Master Monmo's preparing for the feast tomorrow, I don't think you'll be disappointed if you are still here.
It's hard to say if we'll be able to get going as quickly as we'd like. I'll hopefully I'd miss it, but we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Do I get like just kind of conversation, get a pretty good read for her? Does she seem like just a nice lady?
Yeah. I mean, you can roll insight if you like, but it certainly seems as though. Okay, well there you go. Yes, she seems to be tired, uncomfortable, but trying to be very pleasant. She seems genuinely interested in what you're saying. She'd say, your friend, has Lucan. Is he skilled in the arcane, as he says?
Not sure what friend is a loose term, but he seems it. I don't know. I'm not one for spells and magic myself, but he's certainly accomplished from what I see.
Well, I don't know what tomorrow will bring. Mother Daragon has been trying for quite some time to secure the route to the sea, because we do need many supplies of late. It's difficult to tend to all the visitors who come here, and there's more and more.
So you did mention that times are difficult. Well, I don't have too much, but so from a leather bag, he removes a bloodstone.
Oh.
And kind of like sets it down. For for what you do here. Hopefully this will help.
She gives you a surprised look, and she picks it up and turns it over in her hand. And she'd say, I've read about this. This is from your homeland?
No, I got it while I was here.
Oh, I quickly Googled it. It said from Northeast Faerun, from the Galena.
Oh. No, I mean it's just I have a leather bag with 5 obsidian, 3 bloodstone, and a large hammer.
Oh, I remember that now. Yes.
So I sort of say, I literally have no idea how much it's worth, but I imagine it's at least something.
She'd look at it. She'd say it might be more valuable for our herbs, for our herbalism. But
hey, you do you.
I will look into it. This is very generous. Did you say your name yet?
He had it. No.
Okay, very generous, Master.
No, Master. I'm simply Renvaro, monk of the Open Eye. And I'll give like a slight bow.
Monk. Do me a favor, would you, Renvaro?
You kind of like raise an eyebrow.
I'm told that you're. Well, I guess we won't say. We'll say your associate, Lucan, has quartered something of a small fighting force on the grounds.
Yeah, I don't know who they are or where they came from. They're just here now, apparently.
You fucking dare.
I will just say. I will just say that while we do what we can, we're not in the business of quartering soldiers. But if it helps you, I'm happy to look the other way for this night.
I said we certainly plan to be gone tomorrow. He says they don't sleep or something. I don't know.
You weren't there for that. I didn't tell anyone that.
Well, whatever.
They're magic. It doesn't matter.
Good.
I've been awake for fucking 23 hours.
No, I know.
Okay.
It's 21 hours.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah.
I popped a melatonin gummy like 45 minutes ago.
Oh, jeez. Well, with that, I would say, unless Ren has other questions, she would bid you good night.
I would say goodnight and then.
Yes.
Can I do one quick thing before I dip out and collapse?
Of course.
While Octavian's getting ready for bed and taking off his armor and shit, and I like take my belt loop off that has like my sword, the hilt of a nod on it, just hold it and stare at it for a little while. And I'm assuming I'm doing this while everybody in the room is still awake at the moment. Just go. I know we do not known each other for very long, but from what you have heard, from what you have seen of me, do you think I am a hypocrite?
I'm sorry, what? I'm having a bit of argument with Lucan here. What's going on?
I gotta read this.
I was curious if anyone was keeping up on what was going on.
I'll imagine I wait till they have like a moment, but
Are you like shouting at each other?
No, we're not really even speaking any higher than just like.
I wasn't even really paying attention to that. I'm kind of zoning out a little bit, but
You've been keeping up on what's going on.
No. Bickering like an old married couple by the look.
No, not really. We're sleeping in each other's. We're just sleeping in the same bed.
Nothing weird about that. Just bros.
I mean, I read an article. No, I saw a video from I don't know if it was Lindy Beige or Shadowversity or something, but like that was very common in like medieval inns. There'd just be one big bed. You have 8 people who don't know each other. You know, that was it. That's what it was. That or the ground.
Well, I mean, at this moment, it's for what for Lucan. That's exactly what it is. It's just bros sleeping together.
But
same for
2 bros chilling in the hot tub.
Fuck me, because he ain't gay.
That's right.
But Illa, do you need me to repeat my question?
I heard you say that you were looking at the hilt and you were having a reflective moment. That's all I heard.
Yeah, basically just I had Versailles. You haven't known me for a very long, but based on what you've seen and what you've heard, you think I'm a hypocrite.
Oh.
For keeping the hilt?
Just in general.
Well, like you said, I haven't known you that long, so I don't know if I can judge you as being a hypocrite. But, I mean, what oaths do you still have? The Empire's gone.
Not entirely. Empire's borders and cities and walls.
Empire is the people, Praetor. It is not buildings,
there.
walls, and everything. Those can be remade.
I was getting there.
I
Those things are the body, the heart, the soul, or its people.
Blood. Lots of blood.
I like to think that I strive towards the things I was taught to uphold, the honor, the duty. It's very hard to follow through on those.
A question for you then,
You are
Praetor.
in a world that does not seem to respect them.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good. I'm done. I finished my sentence.
Oh, a question for you then, Praetor.
Hmm.
Have you ever, when you were about to do something, have you ever said to yourself, I wouldn't normally do this, but...
A few times. As of recent.
Then you are slowly becoming hypocritical to yourself. If you want to stand in your beliefs, you must never, ever question with but.
But if I do not question myself, then how can I know what is right?
You have question with ass. Sorry, I couldn't help it.
Varn, are you on the lanai there?
Yeah.
You were, so okay, I don't know if
Red's... Oh, yeah, no, he's up there currently sighting in his scope right now.
Okay,
So anyways, you cannot know what is right and what is wrong. You must accept what you are doing is right. And then take the consequences for it. But if you ever second guess yourself or do something and convince yourself that it will be alright sometime later, you're just going to hurt yourself so much more down the line. Because right now it would be, well, I wouldn't normally jaywalk or I wouldn't normally stab this man, but I feel like it is my responsibility. Well, then that becomes, I wouldn't normally take this holy relic sword from the Emperor, but it was in the wrong hands.
I suppose. I meant what I said about it being a symbol, that being a promise to my people.
In this exact moment in time, you did not steal the sword, Praetor. You had no chance of getting that sword back to the Emperor. I stole the sword. And you can continue to call me your prisoner under your charge until you feel like I'm successfully away. But do not ever think that you stole that sword. No matter what the former pirate says. Do I know if you're a former pirate?
I think it's been said aloud at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, I think at the very least you can infer that.
Okay.
In truth, you just liberated it from the original thief, and you're in the process of returning it.
I suppose that does make me feel a bit better.
Do what you think is right, Praetor, and never second guess yourself.
Or show it to the goblin.
Don't do that. I'll have to get him very drunk to steal it back again.
And for the record, Lucien, I do not consider you a prisoner. The moment that you exited the camp, you were a free man.
Well, then you should know more than anything, Praetor, that the things I did and the things I was charged for were very accurate to what I did. I didn't say I did it for the wrong reasons. I did it for the reasons that I needed to survive. It was wrong, and I understand that, but that was my conviction. That was what I stood as what needed to be done. and I did not second guess myself.
Well, at least you can. At least you don't lose sleep over small mistakes.
You're right, I lose sleep over a lot of other things, but that's neither here nor at this point, and the things that I have done and the things that I have seen, I don't think I could ever go back to the straight and narrow, as you would call it.
So long as you use your conviction to aid us, I do not see any problems. I can count on your spells to cover me and
You can count
do what
on
you
me, Praetor. You will have my spells, you have my medicals, my medical supplies, you have my supplies. You have my money if needed. So I would like to keep a lot of that.
Oh, I know how expensive magecraft can be, so I will
Well,
not ask unless it is
yeah,
very important.
but know that I will always side with you, no matter what it is, Praetor. Whether you think we must fight the Emperor or whether we must side with the Emperor. As long as you stick to what you promised me, I will stick by you.
A healthy bit of skepticism would be nice. Keeps me on my toes, but I do appreciate that.
Oh, that's easy. I can always stand over you and tell you, would you do this? But I think the former pirate is better at that than I am.
Right. Thank you. I don't want to bore you with my problems anymore. I need to sleep on this.
I think we all just need to sleep, and you are not boring me, Praetor.
I will go to bed.
Yes, with that, I just want to announce quickly that I did look it up. The original abbot's name was Percival.
That's what it was.
Oh, Percival.
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 Percival Frederick von Bruce-Wolski the Roll the Third.
Oh, yes. Love it. As you settle into your lavish, quite comfortable quarters, Lorelei would come up with, small snacks for anyone who wanted it. The lights would be turned low. It would be very quiet. You would hear, perhaps in the distance, you could hear the water of the river. But now that you have exited the Verrawood and had very many interesting experiences, having met elder spirits, having reconnected with some old friends who you thought you might not see, and also having parted ways.
That's custom crossbow.
Oh,
What is that
Oh,
damage?
it's even more customized.
What is that damage? What the fuck is a plus 16 doing on a crossbow?
Sharpshooter.
Oh,
Sharpshooter that's been enhanced with repeating shot.
oh god.
So his vicious weapon, he's using sharpshooter, and now has the repeating weapon infusion built into it, because Varn is now has taken levels into artificer. Actually,
Well, that's fucking scary.
yeah,
Now,
yeah.
just
That's why he was modifying his weapon earlier.
you're literally just.
That's why you asked me that.
You're becoming
Yes.
You're becoming an orc. You're just becoming a Warhammer 40k orc.
Yes, he is. If it's purple, you can't see
What
him.
are the name of the little goblin dudes that the orcs have?
Uh,
They're just called gobs, right? They're just called gobs.
I
I thought they were
believe
called
so.
like peons or just like something like, just like grunt or something.
No, they've got a special name to it. There's the squig I know, which are the goblin mounts.
Little mouth with legs.
Goblin 40k. They're referred to as gobos.
Oh, okay.
But their technical name is Gretchens.
Gretchens, that's what it was. Gretchens. Alright.
But
I
yes,
think we're good to call it there for
That's
the night
essentially it.
before everyone passes the fuck out.
Yeah, no.
I'm wide awake.
I'm just gonna finish.
Lucky.
I'm just gonna finish my sentence.
Go ahead.
in this new environment, you reconnected with some old friends who you thought you wouldn't see again, and you also parted ways with a friend whose fate remains unknown. And with that,
Tree.
all right, listen, Lucan.
Okay.
And with that, good night.
Okay.
What did you say?
He's a tree.
He's a tree. He disappeared into a tree.
That is true. He did disappear into a tree.
What is going on in the Roll20 chat? I can't deal with it right now.
I don't know. I just rolled with it.
So did I.
I mean, these things happen.
It does. I was like, I'm just rolling at this point, and the snowball's going down the hill, and fuck it, might as well just see where it lands.
Those old.
When did the hill become a mountain?
I just want to clarify. I know Leg's gone, but I just want to clarify that Deflator and Safeguard are both in the house.
Oh, how much longer? Is Deflator leaving us at some point, or?
Well, we had I spoke to Leg a little bit. We had a thing for Deflator to take care of for whatever period of time Leg chooses, and at the last minute, Leg said, hold off on that. And I'm like, wait, are Deflator and Safeguard going to meet? Is that done? I'm like, okay.
They're currently in Safeguard's room chatting up a storm.
Yes, I will.
With each
Yes.
other.
Yeah, they're doing each other's hair.
Feathers.
Feathers and metal.
Feathers and antenna.
I hope you're ready for even. You thought my crits were bad. Man, just you wait.
Are we warm?
That's a full paladin right there. They got more fight options, and they're a vengeance paladin. So that's fun.
Yeah, we can go and enhance the weapons now, so we're gonna be having fun.
Yes, Cobra.
I'll say, just that last conversation Octavian had, like, if Ren's passive perception from the other room picked up, like, he'd be like, I'll tell you exactly how you're a fucking hypocrite.
Oh, poor Ren. I mean, poor Octavian.
It's a good thing he wasn't in the room then.
I know. No, I like the interplay between Versailles and Octavian. I mean, they are country people, so
Yeah.
I'm hoping for more of that, when it makes sense.
All right, I'm gonna go before I literally pass out at
Yes.
my chair.
Yes. Sleep
and I will
tight.
see you guys later. 'Cause I have
Take it easy.
Good night.
Have a good night, I guess.
Good night, everybody.
Nice.
2.
Good night.